네, 다시 한번 안내 말씀.
May I have your attention, please? Soon, at 10:30 a.m., we are going to start the anniversary ceremony and international symposium of National Institute of Ecology. If you're still outside, please make your way to the venue and be seated. Also, please double check whether your phone is switched to vibration or silent mode. We are going to host this event today and tomorrow for 2 days, starting with the official anniversary ceremony. And after that, we will watch a special commemorative video followed by awarding ceremonies. And after that, we will be gathered by all the stakeholders and professionals and the residents to have the vision declaration ceremony. And after that, in the afternoon, we're going to have a keynote speech under the topic of the next decade of NIE's research for ecosystem conservation and sustainable future. Also, if you need any help during the event, please make sure to contact one of our members. Also, let's make a housekeeping announcement for the online live streaming. This event and symposium will be held online and offline. You are going to visit the YouTube channel of the National Institute of Ecology. We call upon your keen interest and participation. Today, we are also providing simultaneous interpretation. Channel 1 is for Korean and Channel 2 is for English, for your reference. We are going to start momentarily.
네, 이제 잠시 뒤에
We are going to start the 10th anniversary ceremony and international symposium of National Institute of Ecology. We still have a lot of guests still outside, and please make your way to the venue and be seated. If you are inside the venue, please make sure that your phone is switched to vibration or silent mode. Also double check your alarm on your phone. Before we begin, we would like to introduce the order of today's event. This event will be held for 2 days. First, we will have the official commemorative ceremony, where we will watch the 10th anniversary video followed by the awarding ceremonies. After the vision declaration ceremony, we will have before the vision declaration ceremony, we will have a lot of a discussion. And in the afternoon, we have the keynote speech in the afternoon. The theme is the next decade of NIE's research for ecosystem conservation and a sustainable future, followed by panel discussion. If you need any help, please let one of our staff members know during the event. Also, at the venue, we are providing simultaneous interpretation. Channel 1 is for Korean and Channel 2 is for English. Let me also provide the instructions for the live streaming on YouTube. If you visit the YouTube channel of National Institute of Ecology, you can watch this event online, and we call upon your keen interest and participation.
네, 본격적인
Before we officially begin, let me make our housekeeping announcement again. We are providing simultaneous interpretation. Channel 1 is for Korean and Channel 2 is for English, for your reference. Let me introduce myself. Welcome to the 10th anniversary of the National Institute of Ecology and International Symposium. My name is Lee Se-na, your MC today. I would like to appreciate all those who made their way to join this event. I could feel a great scent of nature when I arrived at this venue. Hopefully, this event can remind you the beauty of nature again. Around the world, climate change is deepening, which leads to ecological degradation and decrease in biodiversity. The NIE has been playing a leading role to tackle such issues as Asia's biggest research institute in ecology study. Today, we are celebrating National Institute of Ecology's effort for the national development in ecology as a professional global ecological organization. For a long time, the members of NIE and other stakeholders by area have accomplished so much, which is now shared with our citizens. At the same time, ecological monitoring and all the trends and the technologies regarding ecology will be covered through this symposium, and we will be joined by various international experts to find some measures to tackle our climate issues. In particular, we are celebrating the 10th anniversary of the foundation of the National Institute, and we will have the vision declaration to set the future development direction. And to communicate with all more citizens, we are live streaming this event online on YouTube. During the event or even after the event, please be noted that our future generation needs a clean nature and a vibrant future ecology, and we call upon your keen interest and participation. Now we are going to proceed with the Pledge of Allegiance.
국기에 대하여
pledge in front of a proud Taegukgi flag, allegiance to the Republic of Korea for the eternal glory of the country, liberty and freedom to the Republic of Korea. You may be seated now. Now I would like to introduce our distinguished guests who are joining us despite their busy schedule. If your name is called, please raise and share your greetings. Director General An Se-chang of Nature Conservation Bureau of the Ministry of Environment. Vice County Mayor Kim Sung-kwan of Seocheon-gun County. Let's welcome him with a big hand. Ana Maria Hernandez Salga, the formal chairman of IPBES. Director Trevor Sandwith, IUCN Center for Conservation Action. We have many more distinguished participants, as you can see on the screen, including the local government leaders and all the head of the organizations. But please allow us to apologize that we're not able to mention each and every distinguished guest's name due to our time limit. Now let us officially dive into the 10th anniversary ceremony and International Symposium of National Institute of Ecology. First, we would like to invite President Jo Do-sun of the National Institute of Ecology. Let's welcome him with a big hand. Good morning, everyone. I am President Jo Do-sun of National Institute of Ecology. Welcome to the 10th anniversary ceremony. This is a venue where we all gathered by all our members of the Institute. To commemorate, we have distinguished Chair Professor Choi Jae-chun and Professor Park Yong-mok, the third president. And he's not here with us, but in spirit, Mr. Lee Hee-chul, the second president, all deserve my appreciation. Also, with a great passion, you are all gathered to commemorate our anniversary. 10 years ago, we only had a dust and there is almost nothing. And Professor Choi Jae-chun, as a founding president, raised this great institute. Let's give him a big hand, first of all. Also, for the last couple of years, we've been through a lot of changes internally and externally. Nevertheless, Professor Park Yong-mok played a great role as a third president. I would like to send another big round of applause to Professor Park. 10 years ago, we first established as a natural conservation organization to promote the value of nature. And we are now having the anniversary ceremony and international symposium to commemorate our achievement and set the future directions and reaffirm our commitment towards nature. NIE highly promotes and conduct a lot of research in terms of ecology. And we believe that we try to help understand the nature and the ecology for the general public. And through various research, we've had a standardization of a national data, and we've also created a platform to utilize such data. And we have been exerting ourselves for the biodegradation. And fauna and flora exhibition have been held at our institute, and we also provide a customized training for the general public so that our citizens can have the right concept and the philosophy about the ecology. Recently, we are revising the act, and we are now focusing on dealing with the illegal smuggling of fauna and flora. And also, the biggest extinction group is our topic and interest for our recent research. And all our members of NIE have been providing sustainable measures, and they've been focusing on that in earnestness. And I would like to also highlight their effort, which had a great contribution to the national development in ecology. Once again, I would like to mention their efforts and deliver my appreciation. However, we are still facing various challenges due to climate change and environmental degradation and decrease in biodiversity are some issues, and these are imminent. So high level and almost a world-class research is required in order to find sustainable measures. And it's important for us to equip ourselves with a great capability. And I believe, thanks to all of you gathered here with your great interest and participation, I am firmly believing that we can create such a future. Also in the future, National Institute of Ecology, we would like to become a major and the leading organization to promote the importance of ecology and our nature. And hopefully, I would like to offer you a great time thanks to all our members who prepare all this event. Thank you.
네, 원장님
Thank you very much. To solve many problems in our ecology, the NI will make further effort for the future, and he provide many support for us. So please give him a big round of applause. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Kim Young-tae, President of NIE Workers Union. Hello, my name is Kim Young-tae, President of NIE Workers Union. It's very nice to meet you. Dear members of the NIE and NIE Workers Union, all the distinguished guests, to celebrate the 10th anniversary of NIE, we gathered here, and it's a great honor for me to be here with you. I think for the development of NIE, all of us have been playing our own roles, so I'd like to appreciate your dedications. 10 years ago, there were many damages and degradations of the ecology, and with more endangered species, Korea was faced with a big crisis. So to restore such things, we focus on technological development and ecological research by establishing this National Institute of Ecology. Although there were some ups and downs, we've been dedicating in this work, and we are focusing on the research and ecological protection. And now the past journey of NIE laid the foundation of the ecological future of Korea, and for the next 10 years, I think we will make more effort by focusing a bigger scale of works as a platform for the ecology of our country. And I think we will open a new era for this. Today is the first day that we will open the new chapter for the next 10, 20, 30 years. I think we are going to make this organization better. Of course, with the development of NIE, I also need to protect the rights and welfare of our colleagues and staff. In addition, we will work together to promote the culture of respect and consideration so that we don't see any bullying or any wrongdoings in our organization. And for this, I think the management and the labor should work together to lead our organization in a better direction. There are numerous diseases on the earth, but the health is the only thing that we can cherish. So I wish you a good health. Closing my remarks. To celebrate our 10th anniversary and to see a new future, we all are here, so I'd like to thank your presence today, and I wish you and your family a big health and happiness. Thank you.
생태원 노동
I was Chair Kim Young-chae of the NIE Workers Union, and he laid out some suggestions for the future direction. Let's give him another big round of applause for his warm remarks. Next, we'll continue more of commemorative remarks. We have a lot of distinguished guests joining us today. First, on behalf of the Ministry of Environment, we would like to invite Director General An Se-chang of Nature Conservation Bureau. Good morning, everyone. My name is An Se-chang, Director General of a Nature Conservation Bureau. First, I would like to congratulate the 10th anniversary of the National Institute of Ecology. Unfortunately, my minister and a vice minister have a previous engagement. That's why, on behalf of my ministry, I am here to celebrate this great event. We have a lot of colleagues who have been contribute to the foundation of the National Institute, and I am the first-hand witness. When I worked for the Department of Nature Conservation in 2009, we had a task force to establish this institute, and they started with 10 people led by Professor Lee Chang-seok, and he's one of the great founding members. And it was only 10 people. Right now, we have about 600 employees and workers and researchers under the leadership of President Jo Do-sun to contribute to development of the ecological research and environmental protection activities. And I believe that you are deserved to be proud to be a part of a National Institute of Ecology. And I've looked through the history of the Institute. The biggest mission is the ecological research. And about 600 people are exclusively engaged, and there has been about 600 projects with the budget of 6 billion Korean won. And they came up with over 100 million pieces of ecological data. And thanks to that, my Ministry of Environment has established a great volume and quality of data. And they also established a information center for the extinction, animals in extinction or endangered situation. Recently, we had a great project to promote and a chug beetle, and I believe that was also a great chance to widely promote what National Institute of Ecology does. And they are creating interesting research, like there was an ant exhibition, and that ant is well-known as a farmer. And it was a very unique exhibition, and over 70,000 visitors visited the exhibition center of the National Institute of Ecology. And I believe that the Institute recently open and offer the annual membership, and already 1,300 people signed up for that membership, and that illustrate how great achievement the Institute has been making. And I believe this will be a great turning point, getting out of the comfort zone and to leap forward for a next century. And that is why we are having this ceremony and international symposium. So ecological research is a main mission. However, it's also important on top of that to find some measures, to find solutions to recover and conserve our nature and environment. Endangered species have been backed by such research by the Institute. Maybe only a few of them were successfully done. However, we want to move forward to save more endangered species, so that here I believe that the Institute's role is critical. This institute is located in Seocheon-gun County, so also there should be some sort of opportunity for the general public to use this institute and get trained. In the recent National Assembly meeting, there was a point mentioned that local exhibitions are witnessing the decrease in visitors, and I believe that the government is ready to support financially. On top of the professional expertise of the researchers in the institute, I hope that you can further expand your visitors. Maybe it will be 1 million or 10 million. I believe this will be a treasure of a Seocheon-gun County. So we have some local government officials from Seocheon-gun County today joined with us. But I guarantee that they've helped the development of the National Institute of Ecology. So it could somehow, Institute can provide some sort of social responsibility to the community. And if you have a lot of wishes or requests to the local government, I believe this is a great chance to present, because we have the vice county mayor here. And also, we have some provincial government officers here with us. It would be a great opportunity to promote your achievement. And I believe that the president and the leadership always provide great encouragement to the employees and the researchers. And I am proud that this is a genuine research institute where a lot of stakeholders and the members care for each other and care for their job. So in the course of that, please let me know if the Ministry of Environment can do anything for the development of the National Institute of Ecology. Once again, I would like to congratulate the 10th anniversary of the Institute, and you deserve such prize. And I hope you move forward for the next 10 or 100 years. Once again, congratulations on the anniversary, and I am honored to be here and share my remarks. Thank you.
네, 환경부를 대표해서 안세찬
Mr. An Se-cha from Ministry of the Environment provided good remarks to all of us. Thank you very much. Next is Mr. Kim Sung-kwan, Vice Mayor of Seocheon County. Please give him a big round of applause.
네, 안녕.
Good morning. My name is Kim Sung-kwan, the Vice County of Seocheon County. Actually, Mr. Kim Gi-hoon was supposed to be here, but because of his busy schedules, I'm here today. For coexistence of people and the nature, this NIE was established, and I'd like to congratulate on the 10th anniversary of NIE, and I'd also like to thank Mr. Cho Do-soon for organizing this event. Today, the world is facing climate change and biodiversity loss, and by protecting our nature, we'd like to restore our ecology. And for the coexistence of the future generations and the nature, we'd like to achieve sustainable future. For this, over the last 10 years, NIE has been contributed to the conservation of the ecology, and with the leading research and the passion of you, we could go one step further for a brighter future with the nature. This 10th anniversary is a good opportunity to look back the past 10 years and also look forward the next 10 years. And the Seocheon County will provide an active support for the development of the NIE. As a partner, I think we can work together. Then we will achieve a better livelihood of our people and the better future of NIE. I'd like to sincerely congratulate the 10th anniversary of the NIE. I also like to hope a good health and success for all of you. Thank you.
네, 서천군의 김
That was Vice County Mayor Kim Sung-kwan of Seocheon-gun County, and he wishes for the second turning point of the institute. And thank you. Now I would like to invite the founding president of the institute, Mr. Choi Jae-chun. Please give him a big hand. The chair of the workers' union mentioned that we should take care of our health, but he didn't listen to him. I have a cold from yesterday. I'm so sorry and apologize for my terrible voice, but I want to make it short. We are having simultaneous interpretation. I'm not sure how we can translate this, but there is a Korean expression called 더 So if you think about the institute, it has been only 10 years. So this institute is somehow mature if you think about the age. We have a lot of guests from international institute and organizations, and we have a lot of domestic participants as well. And I could see that this institute has been fully matured. If you think about the age, it has been only 10 years, but it stands strong. Well, it feels like that 10 years was very short. In 2008, I was the overall planning director. So for me, it was for 15 years, including all the preparation period. I'm so sorry. 15 years ago, I didn't know things, but I just wanted to have this project in a bigger scale. And after me, those following presidents showed a great leadership to lead this institute. If you think about the role of presidents, it's not too difficult. But actually, it's the workers and the employees and the researchers of the institute who led this organization to become successful. You deserve that pride. You should be proud of what you have done. Let's give ourselves another big round of applause, and that will wrap up my remarks. Thank you.
초대원
Mr. Che was the very first director of this organization, and so he provided a very warm remarks. Thank you very much. Today, we also have some messages from the National Assembly of Korea as well. Firstly, President Park Jung-un and local member of National Assembly for Seocheon Jang Dong-hyuk and the Secretary Lee Soo-jin of Environment of Labor Committee provide us good remarks. It's very nice to meet you. My name is Park Jung-un, the President of the Environment and Labor Committee of Korea's National Assembly. First of all, I'd like to congratulate on your 10th anniversary. You are working at the forefront of nature protection and ecological preservation. So I'd like to thank Mr. Che and all the employees of NIE to protect the nature and to conserve ecology. NIE has been playing a central role, and to restore the health of ecology, NIE products have conducted many important research, which is a very important role. So your work is actually for the future of us. As IPCC warned, now we are experiencing a rapid climate change, and this is the very last chance that we can respond to it. You should be proud of yourself as people who are at forefront of this, and as a specialized organization, I expect your great role in the future. And the past 10 years must be hard for you. If we look back, there are things that we could do better. There were many difficulties that we experienced. However, I think in the process, you could become better during that process. So I'd like to really provide my supportive remarks to you. And as a president of the Environment and Labor Committee of Korea's National Assembly, I will not save any effort for you. Once again, I'd like to congratulate on the 10th anniversary of NIE. Thank you.
안녕.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jang Dong-hyuk. I would like to congratulate the 10th anniversary and the International Symposium of the National Institute of Ecology. This is the biggest ecological professional organization in Seocheon, and I believe that all of you have a great interest and send great support to the Institute. I thank you. Also, for those who prepare for this event under the leadership of President Cho Do-sun deserve my appreciation. In 2013 was the first year to protect our nature and promote the right concept and the philosophy of the nature. And in that course, National Institute has been playing a great role, and I believe you have more accomplishment in the future, and with the greater challenges and through the sustainable training, I believe that this institute will further contribute the development of a national ecology. And hopefully all of you can have a great discussion based on the digital-based technology to tackle our ecological issues. Once again, I would like to congratulate your event, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
It's very nice to meet you. I am Secretary Lee Soo-jin of the Environment and Labor Committee of Korea's National Assembly. It's a great pleasure for me to meet you through this video. You have been doing your research and share the value with the public, so I'd like to congratulate on the 10th anniversary of NIE. In 2013, NIE was established as a pilot project in Changhang. It promoted the value of ecology and nature, and you pursued a harmonious life with the nature. Many exhibitions, and including orchid and many other plants, were promoted by you, and you also prevented animals from poaching. So you have been making such a great effort for all of this, and this also raised the awareness of the public, and for the sustainable future, you are giving a positive impact to us. So I'd like to thank your work and devotion. The climate change, extreme weather patterns, and biodiversity losses are the problems facing us, and as a specialized organization, I believe the role of NIE is important than ever. For the better future, I think you can ask for me, then I will be the leader in providing better policies and building administrative support. Once again, I'd like to congratulate your 10th anniversary, and I hope your better development and better future. I wish all of you a good health and happiness. Thank you.
네, 이렇게 영상으로 축하.
All these members sent us great remarks. Let's give another big round of applause. This time I also have a very special video. We've been working hard for the last 10 years and ready to do so for the next century. Now it's time to look back the past, present, and move forward. And we would like to watch this video. We find hope from the Mother Nature. And we find our tomorrow from lives of creatures. A lot of living things create ecology. As such, we've been together. Right now, we are talking about more valuable things. Hello, everyone. I am Cho Do-sun, president of the National Institute of Ecology. Looking back the last 10 years, I realized that we've been beloved by a lot of citizens thanks to all our researchers' effort. Maybe it was short or long, but throughout our journey, I believe that we can move forward thanks to the accomplishment we've made. And would you like to listen to our story? Well, I was the first one who planned this institute as the founding president. And because of that, to me, National Institute of Ecology is a place, such a valuable place that I could even find in my dream. Obviously, local residents wanted to have an industrial structure or industrial facilities, but that was a pioneering movement because we didn't want to destroy the environment. We want to conserve the nature while creating the economic benefits. But then from the Minister of the Environment, I received these statistics, 300,000 people. When I first listened to this figure of 300,000, I couldn't believe it. I was wondering how many we can draw to visit us. But in the first year, we had 1 million visitors. So looking back, my heart is full, and that's unforgettable. At the institute, we made a path called the path of the ecologist. First one is the path of Jane Goodall. You can look back what she did in the past, and that was such a memorable project. We didn't make, and it is natural that we don't have a great amount of achievement in earlier stages, but we made our great effort. And so one of the unforgettable memories is that we brought this new ant species to the institute. In 2009, when I took office, this institute was already emerging. So I wanted to come up with the management point of a framework and elevate this institute to the next level as a president. So exhibition training had to our major focus, and we wanted to highlight our professional expertise, and so created them into a content, and I believe we've been doing a great job. The greatest value for us is the respect of lives and the conservation of nature. Accordingly, We want to protect the endangered species, and we've established the center accordingly. And also, we now open the Eco Care Center, and I believe that's meaningful to me and to all of you. And you want to harmonize between the economy and nature, and also you want to live as a part of this local place called the Secheon-gun County. And we've developed a 13 tourism routes, and I believe we did it with the local governments, and it's very meaningful. Our children, all the adults, and all the general public should enjoy the content of ecology. That's what I want to create. The very basic and the fundamental research was my focus when I was a president. And throughout the nation, we wanted to know how many species of fauna and flora. So we did we conduct our research every 5 years. And we did a lot of conservation projects, and also through ecological survey, we wanted to establish such a system as a national foundation to take care of the ecological issues. All of our researchers made a great effort. Well, COVID-19 also was a great impact to us. We just wish that we could show a beautiful flowers we had at the Institute during the COVID time. So we create some kind of a virtual space where general public can still visit us during the COVID-19. And we've created more content online so that our general public can enjoy a great amount of ecological content that we offer. At our institute, looking back to the last 10 years, I realize how great our presidents and our researchers contributed in terms of the ecological development with a great amount of accomplishment. And now, our new vision is to create a national ecological platform, and it's about time. So in the future, obviously, we will focus on the protection of the environment and the conservation of the ecology, but based on ESG, we are going to create the mutual cooperation and more empathy with general citizens. And to tackle some digital transformation, we want to renew our system better so that our effort can be widely promoted around the globe. And I firmly believe that we can do it. We always research the future where nature and the human coexist. The National Institute of Ecology is a professional public organization in ecology. We want to create a health ecosystem to tackle climate change, and we always want to conduct our research for the conservation of ecology. We want to be a regional coordinator for the environment and the ecology. For the mutual coexistence between the human and the nature, we will do our effort to conduct more conservation research. I will focus more on the wetland protection and find more ways to conserve and protect wetlands. As an epicenter to promote values of ecosystem, we will further develop our content of ecology. Leading the future trend, we want to leap forward as a professional organization around the world. National Institute of Ecology is celebrating the 10th anniversary, and congratulations. Congratulations. We love you.
네,
What do you think? It was almost like a short film or documentary film to me. And we could recognize the values that we should share and protect for a better Korea and a healthier global environment based on the research achievements that the NIE has pursued. So once again, let's give a big round of applause to NIE. Next, in celebration of the 10th anniversary, we will proceed with an award ceremony to honor those who have made outstanding contributions. The award ceremony will take place first, the Minister of Environment commendation for outstanding service, followed by the NIE Director's commendation for outstanding service. Firstly, the Minister's Environment commendation for outstanding service. And Director An Se-chang, the Ministry of the Environment, will present the commendation.
네. 자, 수상이
We have 4 awardees. When I call your name, please come up to the podium. Park Jin-ho from LMO team, Lee Sang-chul from exhibition planning, Park Jong-yeol from planning and budget.
네, 그럼 먼저 LMO 팀
First, Mr. Park Jin-ho from LMO team.
표창장
Mr. Park Jin-ho, we commend you for your remarkable contributions to the environmental conservation and the field of ecology. 2023, October 28th, Han Hwa-jin, the Minister of the Environment. As an award, you will receive a timepiece.
창립기념 업무유공 환
Minister of Environment commendation for outstanding service is being provided to Mr. Lee Sang-chul. The contents are the same, and the awards is a timepiece.
창립기념 업무유공 환경부 장관 표창 국립생태원 원급.
And Mr. Park Jong-hyun. The contents are the same.
네, 부상으로 시계가 수여되고 있습니다.
Also, you will receive a timepiece. And let's have a photo session.
에서는 표창장이 잘 보이게 네, 앞으로 들어주시기 바랍니다. 네,
Please hold the commendation.
고요. 자, 얼굴도 잘 나와야 하니까요.
Please look at the camera and smile. 1, 2, 3, smile.
자, 다시 한번 찍어볼게요.
Okay, let's take one another photo. Smile.
네, 감사합니다.
Okay, thank you. Please return to your seats.
자, 계속해서 업무유공 원장 표창 시상 진행을 하겠습니다.
Now we will proceed with the NIE Director's commendation for outstanding service. Mr. Jo, please come up to the podium. Thank you. We have 60 awardees. When I call your name, please come up to the podium. Yoon Jin-sun from Audit, Kim Hye-ran, Environmental Impact Assessment, Shin Hae-sun from Wetland Research, Yoo Yoon-mi from Policy and Planning, Cho Ok from Exhibition Operation.
네, 그럼 먼저 감사실.
First, Ms. Yoon Jin-sun from Audit Team.
큰 관심과 헌신적인 노력으로 환경 보전에 이바지하여 왔으며 특히 생태계 분야에 기여한 공이 크므로 이에 표창합니다. 2023년 10월 28일 국립생태원장 조도순 축하드립니다. 네, 부상으로 온누리 상품권이 수여되고 있습니다.
We commend you for your remarkable contributions to environmental conservation in the field of ecology. The prize are gift certificates. for Ms. Now, Park Se-jin, the contents are the same. We also provide Onnuri gift certificates. NIE Director's Commendation for Outstanding Service. You, me. The contents are the same. Also, we give you Onnuri's gift certificates. Mr. Cho Ok from Exhibition Operation. The contents are the same. And we are going to have a photo session. 5 awardees and Director Cho will be in the group for photos. So hold your commendation and hold the flowers. And please smile. And look at the audience. So please smile. 1, 2, 3, kimchi.
네, 축하드립니다.
Congratulations. Please return to your seats.
부장님께서도 감사합니다. 자, 이렇게 해서 표창장 수여는
So that's the end of our award ceremony.
노동조합이
Now we are going to have the awarding ceremony for esports awards hosted by the Workers Union of NIE. This contest was hosted by the Workers Union to encourage the rapport and the work ethic of the workers. And we have 5 winners from the 5 sections. And the Chairman Kim Young-tae of the Workers Union will help us to give awards. Let's invite him onto the podium. Now I would like to call out the winning team, and if you hear your name of the team, please come up to the stage. Hide-on NIEE for League of Legends. Team Kim Moon-sung for StarCraft. And the Endangered Animal Team for Crazy Arcade. Team Im Sa-gat for Screen Golf winner. First, the winner of League of Legends is Hide-on NIE. The winner is given by the certificate, and the certificate worth of the 500,000 won. The winner of StarCraft is Team Kim Moon-sung. Certificate with the 300,000 won prize. Endangered Animal 2 is the team for the Crazy Arcade winning. Greenhouse Plant team is for the Omoku winner. Last but not least, Mr. Im Hun-young to win the screen golf game. Congratulations all. We would like to have a group photo with all the winners. Along with the Chairman Kim, please make sure you have your sign clearly. We heard some great cheering from the audience, and they are delivering some flowers. Great moment for the team. Maybe we can say fighting to pose for a photo. Congratulations once again. Thank you, Chairman Kim, and the winners. You may go back to your seat. This is the highlight of the event.
태원 10주년
Now, we will proceed with the 10th anniversary vision declaration ceremony. And If your name is called, please come up to the podium. Director General An Se-chang of the Ministry of Environment.
네, 다음은 국립생태원
Director Yeo Jung-hwa of Management and Administration of NIE.
네, 세 번째로 국립생태원 임주회
Director Im Joo-hye of the NIE Workers Union.
네, 이어서 서천군 김성관 부군수님
Deputy Vice Mayor Kim Song-kwan of Seocheon County.
네, 다음 홍보대사 김병만님께서도
Honorary Ambassador Kim Byung-man.
네, 박수 보내주시죠.
Please give him a big round of applause. He came all the way to here.
다음 마동초등학교 이리원
And ED1 from Madong Elementary School, please come up to the podium. And Park Ji-young from NIE.
네, 마지막으로 홍보대사 진관
Lastly, Honorary Ambassador Jin Gwan-woo.
네, 기후 위기에 따른 생태계 훼손과 생물 다양
So based on our immediate devotion to the ecology and the nature, we are having this meaningful performance. And I think there are many people watching this online. So from this vision declaration ceremony, I think you can think about the healthy future for our children and be committed to this. So with the hopes of us, we are going to do this. So first remember, when I say a decade for nature, you here in the audience will say a century to be together. And those who are at the stage, when I say a century to be together, you touch the cute little ecological friends on the screen. You see? So, at this moment, those of you on the left side will use your left hand to touch the friends, and those who are on the right side will use your right hand to touch them. So let's practice.
커야 하기 때문에
So when I say a decade for nature, you say a century to be together. A decade for nature, a century to be together.
지금도 컸는데요. 이보다 10배는 더
I think you need to say louder. So let's do it. Please look at the screen. A decade for nature, a century to be together. Please touch the screen.
국가 표준 생태적
Establishment of the national standard ecological system to lead the ecological crisis to overcome and expand the role as a global ecological training hub. Let's give a big hand for the ceremony.
국립생태원 미래발전
Along the globe, climate change is further deepening with the ecological degradation and decrease in biodiversity. To respond to such issues, we need immediate actions and scientific knowledge in a large scope. Thus, the National Institute of Ecology, as a professional national ecology organization, will strengthen the domestic and international cooperation. The global ecological crisis needs to overcome with actions, and we would like to become the epicenter. As we commemorate the 10th anniversary, our new slogan is Leap Forward as the global leading professional body in ecology. Under the mission, we'd like to set our new future directions. First, ecological research. Innovation in evaluation, global standardization, and international cooperation-based ecological big data and information will be the tools.
Second, we lead in overcoming ecological crisis by developing world-class technologies and policies for climate change response, ecosystem and restoration of ecosystem and conservation of endangered species. Third, we expand our roles as a global hub for ecological education by facilitating ecological expeditions, nurturing eco-education experts, and providing support system for global ecological education. Fourth, we contribute to supporting ESG activities and strengthen multi-beneficial development projects through solidarity with local communities for companies' fulfillment of social responsibility. We declare NIE will take a bigger step for contributions to community-based sustainable development and to lead the global ecological crisis solutions.
선언문 낭독을 해주신 국립생태원의 조도순
Thank you very much, Director Cho and Researcher Cho and all the other people from NIE. And thank you very much for being part of this Vision Declaration ceremony.
이제 다음은 참석하신 모든 내빈 여러분들과 생태원 직원 가족들이
Now we are going to have a photo session with all of you. So, you can pose as you want on the podium because we are going to take the photos of all of you. I see many boards and flag cards and balloons here. So you can express your thoughts and support for NIE with your own pose for the picture. So raise your hand, hold the signs. 3, 1, 2, 3.
네, 하트랑 요즘에 화이팅 빼놓을 수 없으니까 먼저 화이팅 하겠습니다.
Let's do the Korean fighting. Fighting.
자, 그 다음에는 하트 진행.
Next, let's make hearts. Heart.
자, 마지막으로요. 조금 번거로운
Lastly, would you please stand up and raise your hands and hold your signs and balloons so that we can see them better.
자, 국립생태원 하면 모두 화이팅 외쳐주시고
When I say NIE, you say fighting.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you so much for being part of this. And this wraps up the official ceremony. And thank you very much, all the audience and those who are watching online. We are going to have another photo session outside the building, so follow our staff. And please check your driver license number to get on the vehicles assigned to you.
사회자와 진행요원의 안내에 따라
Please follow our staff. Those at the front will leave first, and after that, those in the rear of this venue will leave, and then those in the middle at the center will follow and move slowly for your safety.
네, 뒤쪽에 계신 분들 천천히 이동하시면 앞쪽에 계신
move slowly for your safety.
네, 내빈분들과 해외 연사분들께서는 건물 밖에서 기념 촬영이 끝.
And we are going to have another photo session outside the building for distinguished guests and all the speakers. After lunch, we are going to have another international symposium in the afternoon with the opening speech by Director Cho Do-soon. We are going to talk about the international cooperation and the experience sharing of many international organizations. We are going to have keynote speeches and roundtables. And from tomorrow, we are going to talk about the direction of the ecological research for tomorrow. So please move slowly for your safety. Thank you.
네, 행사장에 계신 모든 분들께 다시 한번 안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
May I have your attention, please? The 10th anniversary of NIE International Symposium will start shortly. So please make your way to the event venue and be seated. For smooth progress of this symposium, please switch your mobile phones to vibration or silent mode. Please check if your alarm is on.
그래서 오늘 프로그램 진행 순서에 대해
Before we start, let me introduce the program that we have today. Today, the theme is the next 10 years of NI research for ecosystem conservation and a sustainable future. So we are going to have some keynote speeches on the roles of the NIE and the international cooperation of Ecological Institute with 3 prominent experts. And we are also going to have a roundtable discussion with many experts on the future development and international cooperation of NIE. This international symposium is a 2-day event, and you can watch this symposium at the YouTube channel of NIE. We provide simultaneous interpretation service. Channel number 1 is for Korean, channel number 2 is for English.
네, 이제 곧 국립생태원 10주년 기념 국제 학술 심포지엄이 시작될 예정입니다.
The International Symposium on the occasion of NI's 10th anniversary will start shortly, so please make your way to the event venue and be seated. And please switch your mobile phones to vibration or silent mode. This international symposium provides simultaneous interpretation service, and you can also watch this at the YouTube channel of NIE. And channel number 1 is for Korean, channel number 2 is for English. And if you need any help, please ask one of our staff. The theme of the symposium is the next 10 years of NIE for ecosystem conservation and a sustainable future. Today we are going to have keynote speeches of 3 prominent experts on the roles of NIE and international cooperation between ecological research institutes. We are also going to have a roundtable discussion with 5 panelists under the theme of future development and international cooperation of NIE. Please stay until the end of this international symposium. Thank you.
네, 여러분 안녕하십니까? 국립생태원 10주년 기념
It's very nice to meet you again. My name is Isena, your MC today. I'd like to welcome you all and also thank you for coming all the way to this symposium. In response to the escalating climate crisis and the issues such as ecosystem degradation and biodiversity loss, NI has been at the forefront of addressing these challenges as the largest ecological research institution in Korea. Today, we are going to talk about new challenges of NIE to become a truly global ecology organization and to lead in responding to ecological crisis and restoring healthy ecological environment. The first will be the opening speech from President Cho Do-sun of NIE. Let me invite him to the podium.
I am Do-sun Cho, President of the National Institute of Ecology. I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you as we gather to commemorate the 10th anniversary ceremony of the National Institute of Ecology. As the President, I am greatly honored to be here for this remarkable occasion. Also, I would like to thank our guest speakers from around the world for your presence today, for the future of the Institute, despite your busy schedules. A decade has passed since the founding of the National Institute of Ecology. During this time, we have expanded our efforts in the conservation of natural ecosystems and biodiversity, all while actively responding to the ecological challenges of our era. Today, we come together to celebrate our achievements and to chart the path ahead. Over the course of the next 2 days, this symposium will focus on shaping the future research of the National Institute of Ecology to conserve ecosystems and promote a sustainable future. This event will feature 3 distinguished keynote speakers, 6 roundtable participants, and 16 speakers who will share their insights and research findings in 3 sessions. The theme of this symposium, Next Decade of NIE's Research for Ecosystem Conservation and Sustainable Future, holds profound significance as it will steer the course of our future research. It's important to find ways to safeguard both humanity and ecosystems from the impending environmental crisis and ecosystem degradation, thereby paving the way for a sustainable future. Our collective research and dedication will be the foundation for this pursuit and will make a substantial difference to the future of all of us present today. I am truly grateful for this opportunity, which allows us to contemplate these critical issues and advance as a unified force. I look forward to exchange of valuable ideas and insights with a resolute commitment to achieving our shared goals. Thank you very much.
네, 조도순 원장님께서 개회사를
That was President Cho Do-sun of the National Institute of Ecology. Thank you once again. So according to his message, through this forum, we could find some measures to protect human being and seek the sustainable future. Thank you. Now, as the president introduced, we are going to have 3 prominent professionals to listen to their keynote speech. Let me introduce the first speaker. His new idea is called the consilience, a new trend of the discipline, and he's an ecology and the founding ecologist and founding president of NIE. Dr. Choi Jae-chun will be our first speaker. And his topic is the picture of NIE drawn 10 years ago and the new picture drawn for the next decade. Let's welcome him with a big hand.
I am terribly saddened by the fact that I got cold yesterday and losing my voice gradually right now. I feel that it would be much more difficult for me to try to speak in English, so I'm going to speak in Korean. I hope you would understand.
It was a great honor to have served as a founding president of the National Institute of Ecology, and that was a huge mission. I had never done any administrative work beforehand. But if you think of a president of an organization, there are usually practices and some history. But the National Institute of Ecology was just established. So we had to establish a mission with a vision and core values. Those were my tasks to found this institute. So it was a great burden. However, with this mission, we've established the institute and we've been going on since then. We do have a task and challenge to catch 3 rabbits. As I briefly mentioned in the morning, in 2008 was when I did overall planning of the establishment of the institute. And the Ministry of the Environment asked me to establish Ecological Research Institute. So I did my job very hard to design, but later I was also told that this should not only conduct research but have some exhibitions and training. So I was really frustrated at that time. Nevertheless, I usually believe that without research or the foundation of research, exhibition or any kinds of education or training are of no use. So I believe that everything comes from the great foundation of research. So what kind of research then should we do? I suggested 2 lines of research. First, diversity ecology. Second, climate change science. So if you think about those 2, especially in ecology, obviously you have more to do, but the biggest mission we have in this lifetime is to deal with the issues regarding diversity ecology and the climate change science. That's why I suggested these 2 lines of research, and these have been greatly conducted so far, I believe. There was an interesting anecdote when we first started the institute. I'm sure you know about that. IPCC was also initiated around when we started the institute, and there were 3 task forces and technical support units were also a mission that some countries want to secure. And I suggested my employees saying that let's try this, but then we only had 50 employees and we had a planning, but I had to change a lot of English wording. So I complained about it, but if I think back, maybe at least among these 50 people, I am the one who speaks the best English, so I had to stay up many nights to proofread this English context. And then the most important part was that we wanted to secure the Task Force on Knowledge and Data Technical Support Unit, and we were successful. We had this guest in the morning. The mother organization, which is the Ministry of Environment, sent us some officials, and they were nagging us because we didn't really establish the foundation of our own framework of the institute. But then why do you care about securing such task force? But I had a different idea from them. If you want to elevate the National Institute of Ecology to the next level in an international arena, we need to do some kind of international contribution. So Knowledge and Data Task Force had some meetings, and in every meeting we had to prepare a lot of documentation. So in Bonn they had meetings, and during the event, they always call us like NIE. They never stopped. And a lot of colleagues from different countries asked me when NIE was established, and I couldn't tell them that it was actually established the year before. And I used to try to avoid these people asking me questions. So when I finally said last year, I still vividly remember there was a colleague from Hungary said, "I can't believe you won over us because we've been doing this for 80 years." So he was very shocked, and we used to exchange some jokes like that. So I am very proud that we became the member of the IPBES, and it was a challenging, but it was a great honor at the same time. I also suggested something like this. As a genetic engineering emerges, Gen Bank had a great portion of contribution. Nobody can doubt for that. But then in genetic engineering, there's Gen Bank. How about EcoBank in ecology? So we borrow that concept from Gen Bank, and we wanted to create something called EcoBank. And thanks to the development of the IT development in Korea, I thought maybe this is in line with the national development context. It wasn't easy though. Gen Bank only deals with the simple data. They just had a DNA sequencing information. However, we have to input some data on EcoBank and what kind of information should be input, from where to when, the range, and everything was a task. However, we tried, and after I left as a president, for the next 8 to 9 years, a lot of researchers did a great job to create some sort of EcoBank. So at least in ecology, this is such a valuable asset as a database. And the power of a great database is enormous, and it's beyond your imagination, and it can do many things. And I believe that was something that we really needed. Well, sometimes good things come along. So after I became the founding president, we had the Convention on Biological Diversity of the UN held in Seoul, and the Minister of Environment asked me to become the acting president. And so for 2 years, I served as the president of the UN CBB. So while we are operating IPBES's task force, and on the other side, I was an acting president of the UN CBB. So, as I mentioned before, in the morning, I believe that NIE became much more mature than we expected. I guess it was somehow a good encouragement or opportunity. Well, for the last 3 years, the entire nation or the entire globe went through COVID-19 pandemic. 2 days ago, I went to WHO's website, and according to their statistics, there are about 700 million already infected, and over 7 million died of COVID-19. According to The Economist, for the last 3 years, they've been publishing a series of articles and saying that this is exaggerated statistics. Well, obviously, in Korea handled pandemic issues very well, while other countries suffer from those who didn't even know they were confirmed patients, or they died while they didn't know that they had a COVID, and some of them already has some issues or diseases, but they couldn't find the proper medical services, and they had to die because they couldn't use hospital services. So as an economist is a economic issue-based magazine, they also talked about economic impact of a COVID-19 pandemic. Then maybe the 7 million could be 20 million. This is awful, and this is something that we have for the last 3 years. And for a long time, I've been saying that this is directly related to global climate change. We didn't really travel freely in 2020, and I had about 100 lectures that year, and I just realized that people pay more attention to my lecture. Before then, I still used to be an advocate to promote how serious this climate change is, but nobody cared, and they didn't have any reaction to my lecture. But then after COVID-19 broke out, people started paying more attention to my lecture on climate change. And they also asked me whether COVID-19 resulted from global climate crisis. I've been exploring forests as I'm a tropical ecologist and biologist, and some of my research touched upon some creatures, and bat is one of them. And bats are now relocating themselves to more tropical areas. What does that mean? Physical distance between bats and a human being is getting closer and closer. So I don't think anyone among that 7 million is diagnosed that they had a COVID-19 with a direct contact of bats. But if you think those bats are relocating themselves to a tropical areas and they will have a direct contact with the human being, and then if we have more frequent contact with a wild animal, and we will have more contact with them, maybe there's more chances of diseases. And I used to say this and all the time, and people only started to listen to me after COVID-19's outbreak. This research group of Cambridge University actually reported this fact, and I was surprised. It sounds like they listened to my lectures. For the last 100 years, bat distribution has changed, and then that was their topic. And as I predicted, and there have been a new temperate areas where bats relocate themselves. Sorry. If you look at the map, that was actually the southern part of China. For the last 100 years, about 40 types of species of bat relocate themselves in the southern part of China. So even though bats are mammals, they can fly, so they have a higher activity mechanism of their body. So even if they have viruses, they are less hit. And sometimes even if they carry viruses, they don't know they have viruses in their body, and they are spreading that virus. So I believe the average day is 2.6 days. That means that a bat can spread a new COVID-19 virus, and it only takes 2.6 days. And if you multiply that 2.6 days by 40 different kinds of bats, so that means that over 100 different types of coronaviruses were available and spread in China. And one of those coronaviruses got to human. And that's how we started to get COVID-19. So this is inevitable situation that the bats are relocating themselves, then whenever we have zoonotic diseases, there are more chances that we will face more issues like we had as with COVID-19. So after I finished my term as a president of NIE, and I got an email from UNFCCC. I didn't plan to accept, so I wrote some jokes, and then they said I was chosen as a champion. And then I told them that, oh, it's been a long time that I retire as a boxer. Why do you select me as a champion again? But the other person who was writing back to me saying that, well, this champion doesn't mean that you're a hero. It means that you're that puppet that we control, like an avatar. I was like, what kind of avatar? And they said, you are the avatar of Al Gore. What is that? Well, you know who Al Gore is. He is a person that you must invite if you have international forum. He is very expensive to invite, usually starting from $1 million. So UNFCCC said that you're cheaper than him, so we would like to hire you as a champion. Well, I was going to accept that position anyways. So instead of just saying that, well, they could have said that you're cheaper than Al Gore rather than you say you're cheaper, you're cheap. Anyhow, so whenever they have a UNFCCC events, if they send me a plane ticket, I go there. I'm cheap. So on behalf of Al Gore and UNFCCC, I usually deliver my lectures on climate change. Interesting thing happened. I first went to Egypt as a UNFCCC envoy, and about 20 or 30 people who wanted to talk to me after my lecture, then they were in line. I was very surprised. I don't think my lecture was that good, but I found something interesting. Anybody involved in biodiversity usually study a lot about climate change, and that's necessary because climate change is one of the major factors to cause biodiversity. But if I go to the area of climate change, they don't really care about biodiversity. They only talk about anything climate crisis, climate change, climate issues. But when I first delivered my lecture and share that if you think about climate change issues that are very serious, instead of the difficulties from climate change itself, you have more issues regarding biodiversity that was resulted from climate change. So like a food insecurity or instability. So we have more imminent impact. That's what I mentioned during my lecture. So after that, my lecture became pretty popular, and I've been running around to provide more lectures. So I believe that the COVID-19 also is one of the chance to illustrate risks in biodiversity. So if you think about the history of 350,000 years, but among that, maybe for about 290,000 years, human was nothing, but maybe about 10,000 years, there has been explosive human activities. So before we started agricultural activity or harvests, if you calculate what we've done as a human versus what we are enjoying on Earth in 2023, so this is one calculation that the biologist did. So let's go back to 10,000 years. According to some evidence, situational evidence, I believe there are about 50 or 60 million people existed. That is not a big number of human being. And according to DNA research, we already raised the dogs. So for dogs, we raised them up for about 40 years, and for cats, we raised them for about 35,000 years. So if you calculate all these lifespan of mammals, and if you calculate total biomass, and we calculate the ratio, and we only took about 1% as a human being. We were almost meaningless and were not visible on these statistics. But think about for the last 10,000 years, we conquer this planet. So I'm a biologist, so let's say humans are almost like 8 billion. We have dog, cow, pig, ostrich, chicken, all of them. If you calculate all of them, any mammals and any birds create some sort of biomass. And if you compare that, about 96 to 99% of biomass came from human or human activities. We are the animals who are too successful because we create this imbalance in nature. So we only had about 1% of a space to reduce our biomass, and that there will be some viruses coming to human being, and risks are high, and this will be an inevitable situations, and all the pathologists are saying that this is what we will experience. But we've been very lucky. So we lost 7 million lives, but we're still lucky. It may sound funny, but once we have a epidemic, we used to develop vaccine, and that used to take at least a decade or 15 years. However, in 11 months, less than a year, we were able to pull out all messenger RNA mechanism and create a vaccine, and that was very grateful. Nevertheless, I didn't think it was an answer. It will happen again with different epidemic, different pandemic, and if we are lucky, we will create another vaccine to tackle these diseases. Well, vaccines are thankful, but I don't think it's our answer.
So I didn't know that vaccine would come this fast. So I said, I have developed two vaccines, behavior vaccine and eco vaccine. We can do something by doing the right behavior, hand washing, mask wearing, social distancing. Koreans were 100% perfect when it comes to behavior vaccine. We were all vaccinated, and we have more fundamental and greater vaccine, eco vaccine. From nature, the bad bacteria and virus cannot come from the nature to us. Not rather than having vaccine, we can vaccinate the nature. Dr. Jane Goodall and Edward Wilson, David Attenborough, they frequently said we have to protect the nature. We never listened to them. Then see what happened. I think we should call nature conservation eco-vaccine. When I say vaccine, when I use this word, we all studied hard, we all learned hard. At least 70 to 80% of a society need to get vaccinated to have herd immunization. We bought the vaccine because we couldn't develop them, but we achieved 90% of vaccination rate. In the US, the percentage only 60%. Among the 8 billions, 70 to 80% of people need to participate in the conservation of the nature, then this kind of pandemic, zoonotic pandemic, will be prevented. There's no reason to say no to this. An interesting happened to me last spring. Venice Biennale is the most important event for many artists, but this couldn't happen due to the COVID-19. But after COVID-19, they started something interesting. They said they will go for 2 tracks, exhibitions and academic symposium. So they asked me to talk about eco-vaccine to many artists. Then it will give some inspirations to many artists. So there was no reason to refuse this offer. Dear scientist, how great your article is. It's not read by many. So we say if 10 have read my article, the number is big. But artistic works like movies, poems can resonate with more. So that's why I visited this event, and I was invited again for next year because they were so inspired by my speech. So I'm waiting for their invitation. At the end of the previous administration, with the Prime Minister, I took the co-chair of the Normal Life Recovery Committee of the government. I'm not an expert for any quarantine or virus, so I didn't understand why I had to take that job. Maybe the reason was that because I'm an ecologist, because I can see the whole picture, the relationship between Homo sapiens and COVID-19. Because I could understand the relationship between the two, I could take that job, I think. Actually, we use the word new normal, but I don't like this expression. Because when we have new normal, there must be old normal. But I don't think that the old time was normal. When we return to our normal lives, I think it will mean we return to old abnormal life. So I wanted to use this new expression, new abnormal, better, more improved, more fantastic daily lives, or something that we want to get after we recover from the COVID-19. So I have worked for that. I have been working for that. Humanity experienced 2 big turns, linguist turn and culture turn. Over the last 20 years, technological turn, information turn, robotic turns have been discussed, but I think these are not useful. So what I want to say is ecological turn, because we are dying because of a virus. So it's more important to establish the right relationship between the nature and humanity. I think that's more urgent. So that's why I insisted ecological turn. NIE is so dear to my heart, so I thought about what's ahead for NIE research. And I suggest this. The nature has the power of recovering by itself. It's not something that only I think. From the COVID-19, you might learn that the nature can recover by itself. I want to say this. I want to ask, any of you have ever observed the process that we recovered from the COVID-19 or the recovery of the nature? Let's take the example of the demilitarized zone of Korea. We didn't care about this region, but all of a sudden, we are witnessing this great nature in that region, but we never really observed the process of this recovery. And we have a great wetland here, but the water from a reservoir on the hills came to this place, making this great wetland, but people think it's been developed over like 100 years. So I believe the nature is much more resilient than we think. So I think we should conduct research on these kind of things. So that's my recommendation for my colleagues, ecologists. We should look at the process of nature's recovery. We shouldn't say, oh, this nature has recovered itself, but rather we should look more deeper to understand the process of nature's recovery. Professor Wilson, hate to take a flight, but he visited this place because he wanted to see how the forest here recovers by itself in this area. So I think that's the role that the NIE can take for the next 10 years. That ends my presentation. Thank you.
네, 멋진
Thank you very much for the wonderful keynote speech. Let's give him another big round of applause. So the picture 10 years ago and the new picture for the next decade was his topic. Climate change has a great impact on climate change, and he also mentioned about eco-vaccine, or why we have to exert ourselves for protecting nature. So there was a great opportunity to reaffirm our commitment. Next, I would like to introduce the next speaker. For the biodiversity and the ecosystem management, a scientific system needs to be established. And IPBES is an intergovernmental cooperative body. The formal chair of the IPBES, Anna Maria Hernandez Saga, will talk about her topic of establishment of knowledge and biodiversity for a sustainable future. Let's welcome her.
Thank you very much. Okay, dear colleagues, thank you very much. And first of all, of course, I am honored to be here with all of you celebrating the 10th anniversary of the National Institute of Ecology here in Korea. Since the beginning, I've felt, and well, now the former president and the president also knows well that NIE also had been working with IBES since a long time ago, since almost since the beginning. So we know how NIE has been developing this space for research, where science and society comes together to seek a better and sustainable future for the people and for nature. And in doing so, one of the main subjects of the research is around how we relate with nature and how nature is interlinked with our daily lives. So maybe if we, okay, here. You know this figure, all the information and all the graphics that I'm going to present here comes from the IBES different assessments. This one is from the global assessment that we approved in 2019. looking this beautiful planet, we know that we are all living there. We all are part of nature. We're not apart. And in that symbiosis, we depend on the contributions that nature provides to people. The nature plays a critical role in providing our food, feed, energy, medicines, and, well, a variety of materials that sustains our daily lives and give us permanently this vital support that allows us to live. But as you see here, although we know that the biodiversity is not only important, but is basic for our lives, we are just acting contrary to ourselves. We are just depleting, maybe, the resources. We now note in 2019 that the nature is declining globally faster than ever before seen in the human history. Those numbers, such as the 75% of the land areas have been significantly altered, signifies that the green planet now is a gray planet. If we see that only the 3% of the ocean surface considered as wild, it means, in other words, that almost the 97% has some sort of human impact, and the 66% of our oceans is highly impacted by human activities. Or this data about the 85% of wetland areas that has been lost during the last century is very impacting, because when we lost biodiversity, we are affecting also ourselves. The interconnections and the dependencies must be highlighted. We are not usually aware on how we are related to biodiversity and how we depend on biodiversity. So we need to highlight that in the first instance to be aware of the real risks that we have and we are facing. And also, for doing so, it is important to talk about the ecosystem services. And I want to present you this graphic. In general, the ecosystem services are the benefits that people derives or obtains from the ecosystem. So when you think about trade, business, health, almost every aspect of our lives lays on one ecosystem service. Now, in the Millennium Ecosystem Assessment, the ecosystem services were presented and were divided in 4 categories: in supporting, regulating, provisional, and cultural services. Now, we have to understand that this, historically, this terminology and these definitions of ecosystem services have been evolving through the years, and now we have more specific classifications and understandings. In the case of IPBES, for example, based on the Millennium Ecosystem Assessment ecosystem services, we developed this concept of nature contributions to people, which I'm not going to start to talk about the difference or the similarities between NCPs or ecosystem services, because there are a lot of discussions around that. But what I want to present is that these categories, we have 18 categories, divided in material, non-material, in regulating groups. And what I want to address here is that all the nature has flows from why the nature exists and how we use that nature. And there is where we have the connections. So the nature gives services, for example, if we want to measure by values, or we can think about this flow from nature to the human beings measured by relations, so we're going to talk about contributions. And if we talk about contributions, maybe we can talk about positive contributions and not so positive contributions. For example, if we think about a flood, is a service, is a contribution of the nature, but is a threat for human being. Now, the research from the ecological perspective applied to understanding and finding solutions to the alteration or the unbalance of the relation human-nature is in the core of all of us. So, at the end, we can talk about ecosystem services, we can talk about nature contributions to people, we can talk about ecological services, that also is a term that I find in many papers. But at the end, what we need to do is to understand these relations and find solutions in an integrated manner. For example, in the global assessment, again, of IPBES, as you can see in this table, I want to invite you to see the arrows. And it showed that the nature contributions to people are really deteriorating worldwide due to the direct and indirect drivers of biodiversity loss. So, and in the past 15 years, the loss of biodiversity has damaged the functioning of natural ecosystems and decreased their capacity to provide a set of contributions you can see there. For example, the contributions for habitat creation and maintenance, pollination, regulations of organisms, food and feed, medicinal, biochemical, genetic resources, learning and inspiration, as you can see, are decreasing rapidly. Only 3 contributions are increasing: energy, food, and materials, that are those contributions related to human trade and economy. Now, I want to give you 3 examples on this impact that the imbalance of nature contributions to people can create in us. The first one, and I want to talk about the pollinator and dispersal of seeds case. The loss of pollination has reduced the capacity of ecosystems to pollinate crops. And I don't know if you are aware that approximately the 75% of crops of fruits and vegetables depends on pollination worldwide. And if we don't have pollinators, then we are going to have problems with our crops, and we are not going to have fruits and vegetables. So the agricultural sector will have a big problem, but we also are going to have big problems and food insecurity. Also, the other example is that deforestation and degradation of forests that has reduced the capacity of natural ecosystems to absorb carbon and mitigate against climate change. That is something more than well studied. And of course, if the biodiversity is diminishing its capacity to help in the mitigation and adaptation to climate change, also it's going to affect the human beings. And the other example is the loss of biodiversity in general that has reduce the capacity of the soils, the fertility of the soils, and the provision of clean water. So we are having a lot of problems in biodiversity and in soils related to the loss of biodiversity, and that has impacts not only, for example, in soil fertility and agriculture, not only in clean water, because as you know how biodiversity acts as a filter, but also in problems of human risks due to floods, because, well, we need biodiversity in place. The roots of the trees are very important, and the capacity of the soil to sustain the water that comes. It's also one of the main contributions that helps in the human settlements to avoid risks. Nevertheless, as you can see, when we lose biodiversity, we are creating the perfect space for risks to all of us. Now, the National Institute of Ecology here in Korea, I think that give us a great example of this important role that research can play in providing data and analysis of the status and trends of biodiversity and ecosystem services or ecological services. And to take this is totally useful to take appropriate measures for conservation and sustainable use and development. And that's why I think that it's very important to understand what is the best way to present that information and that data that can alert to us to take good decision in the present and in the future. And that is why an assessment matters. According to IPBES, an assessment is a critical evaluation of the state of knowledge. You can read that. But what is very important here is that an assessment is the way in which we can share our knowledge with the public, with the decision makers, and with other knowledge holders. An assessment, we not only provide information, but we can really demonstrate through knowledge, through data, how important is our work, how important are the implications of our findings, and what are those scenarios that we can present to the others. And what the decision makers love are the scenarios that we need to take decisions for change. So providing this rigorous scientific analysis and synthesis of the status, trends, gaps, that is very important also, and scenarios for futures, plausible futures on biodiversity is the best way to take informed decisions at national and international level. I want to provide you with a couple of examples on how an assessment can be impacting. I already talked about the global assessment of IPBES that indeed provided a lot of information, and a lot of countries, governments, organizations are taking this information for decision making. But that's not the only one. I'm going to talk about this assessment that is a report. It's not a multilateral report. I want to be clear on that. This is, we had this fantastic opportunity to have together in a workshop experts from IPCC, that is the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, and experts of IPBES, the Intergovernmental Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. And they had a fantastic week in which they talk a lot, and in a very constructive environment, they really talk about the problems, the status, maybe the solutions, where are we, and what can we do with this problem of biodiversity and climate change. And of course, climate change comes a very urgent issue because the international community, every country, almost every country around the world are saying climate change is important. We need to take decisions on climate change. We are not doing enough in climate change. Climate change is a crisis. What the people generally don't know or avoid to tell is that climate crisis comes together with biodiversity crisis. We cannot talk about one without addressing the other. So a report that addresses these two questions is really, truly important. From there, these experts told us something that we already know. You know that when we are, when the researcher goes to the field, works with biodiversity, and also takes into consideration climate variables and behaviors to understand what's going on in its research in the field. Other thing is discussions on climate change and biodiversity in the international level, because was already mentioned by the former president of NIE. At international level, the climate fora does not want to talk about biodiversity. It's very difficult at political level to sit down the politicians to talk about climate change and biodiversity. But on the other hand, the people who work in biodiversity really wants to have this relation. Now, the first message that I want to to give you is that the climate and the biodiversity on the earth are intrinsically connected. That is clear. They share the common drivers, direct drivers of, in this case, of biodiversity loss, and the drivers of climate change are the same for both. So if we try to tackle the problems, the main problems, the root problems of our societies that are the main drivers of biodiversity loss, we are going to also support the resolution of the problems of the phenomena of climate change. Also, we have three intertwined systems: the climate change system, the changing biosphere systems, and the human societies. So we have to take into consideration again this triangle in which we have to move: biodiversity, climate, and society, because nothing can be separated from our own species as the one who impacts biodiversity and climate change, creates climate change scenarios, but also is the one who creates solutions. One of the main roles of biodiversity, or nature, if you want to call it like that, is that biodiversity absorbs more or less the 50% of the anthropogenic greenhouse gases emissions through the storage of carbon and biomass and organic materials. So if you can imagine, if we lost the biodiversity, we lost the capacity to absorb and storage the carbon. And much of the services provided by the biodiversity are in turn degraded, so there are risks to the human beings. So far, the conservation and emission reductions have not been, the efforts for conservation and the efforts for emission reductions have not been enough, if I say a word, are not sufficient. At multilateral level, governments are claiming that there are a lot of money for climate change. There are a lot of scientific support for biodiversity or for climate change. At local level, we are looking fantastic examples, work of organizations, public and private organizations, institutions, communities working a lot to halt the loss of biodiversity and to resolve the problems of climate change. Nevertheless, the efforts are not sufficient. And the problem is that we have to take tough decisions to comply with the goals needed to reduce climate change emissions and, of course, to halt biodiversity. The problem is that we in general are not in the position to take that tough decisions, and the society maybe thinks that it's not so urgent to take those kind of decisions. Nevertheless, in general, the effective conservation, the climate change, the climate and social actions must go hand in hand together. Conservation measures, reduction emissions, and work with society. This report, as I said, shows us a very clear, scientific based path to follow, but also it's a very difficult one. This report told us that we need ambitions for the reduction of fossil fuels, and I don't know if it's possible in this state of the dependence of the economy to make a real reduction of fossil fuel emissions. And the second term, it is important the restoration that allows for a resilient biosphere and biodiversity, but the goals on restoration needs to be much more ambitious than they are right now. But we have the decade of the ecosystem restoration, so we hope that with that we're going to have a permanent and open door for this. And a third point that is truly important it is about generating justice, equity. We need to eradicate poverty. And that is a very important issue. Without poverty, we can do things with the society. Without health problems, we can do a lot of things with the society. With society, with justice, with equity, we can bring together a lot of solutions. But in general, and if you know the reality, if you go to a territory, if you go at local level, if a town has problems with security, with food, with hunger, with poverty, with lack of education, what are going to be the priorities for the decision makers in that territory, in that locality? Are going to be to resolve the education problems, the hunger, etc. Environment is not going to be a priority. So we need to understand that environment conservation and environment solutions have to be hand in hand with the real problems of the society, because they are totally tied and they are together. Now, to bend the curve of biodiversity, and I love this, this diagram, because one very important thing about an assessment is that provides the information crystal clear. And a scientific assessment does not deny the problems, indeed highlight the problems and present scenarios. Now, the problem is for the decision maker to decide what scenario is the one in which it's going to decide, or how to address the problems. And an assessment can be tough. An assessment can be taken as something out of the reality, because, okay, we need to save the planet, how we are going to save the planet, but we need to count also with the great capacity of humankind to collaborate and to be wise. And this is an example. To bend the curve of biodiversity loss, the multilateral policy and scientific community are calling together for transformative changes. And this is the case in which the IPBES Global Assessment present how has to be a transformative change, with multi-actor interventions, tackling all the drivers of biodiversity loss, and with some basic leverage points. All of this involves the way in which we address our options for sustainable development, and as you can see, all of that depends on what are our aspirations for a better planet and human well-being. So the Convention on Biological Diversity approved almost 1 year ago the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework as the most important political international decision to halt and reduce the loss of biodiversity and find a path to recover our natural world. This crucial decision was taken based on the science provided by IBES, but also by other institutions which provide science, such as IUCN, for example, FAO, and I'm not going to mention all of them because to do lists is not a good idea, but there are a lot of very good international organizations, serious organizations creating science and presenting science. And but the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework was not an easy task. It was difficult, 4 years of negotiations, of the discussions, and although everybody understands the problem, I mean, in the international environmental arena, everybody knows that there are environmental problems and that we have to gather together to seek solutions for that problems. The ways and means to address the challenges are difficult to achieve, and because there are diverse and there are complex interests, priorities, and needs. So again, we have the international frameworks to work, but at national level, it's another framework that we have to address. We can succeed then only if there is a common understanding of the actions, but those actions need to be agreed at national level. The exercise is here at national level. And of course, has to be linked with the problems regarding climate change, desertification, and oceans, because are the main problems of biodiversity, in general, health and natural health in our planet. Above all, we need to realize that every work of biodiversity needs to be linked with the needs and realities of the population. So we cannot work, we cannot decide without the society and without taking into consideration the problems of the society. And that's why all these persons working to refrain the loss of biodiversity from multiple colors, because we have from different sectors, different realities, different communities, different cultures, different perspectives. When we talk about biodiversity, when we talk about environment, we're not talking about only one truth. We're not talking about that the science is the only truth, the community vision is the only truth, or the politician decisions are the true ones. We need to sit together and see what is the reality that we need that we want to create for our people. So now I want to refer, because this was a very direct question given to me about the potential and future challenges of IPA's collaboration with the NIE. And I want to refer on this because, as I said before, and as the former president of NIE said also, when you were almost very recently created, you were part of IBES as the technical support unit on knowledge and data. The fantastic thing is that also IBES was beginning its journey. the first official meeting of IPBES was in 2012, and NIE was established in 2013. So I think that we are growing in a parallel way, and we are learning in all this process. Maybe we had difficulties in the past when NIE was part of the TSU, well, we hosted the TSU of knowledge and data. We were realizing what to do with knowledge and data. The Secretariat was also accommodating the new TSUs. The TSUs was something new established in Malaysia, so we were learning. And we had maybe some disconnections of problems due to linguistic difficulties, due to differences in distance, time zones, etc. Nothing is easy, but nevertheless, you did a fantastic job, and you supported also the global assessment process. That was not not an easy task, and knowledge and data. It is one of the technical support units that have more work within IPBES, because has to deal and has to review each data provided for each assessment that is in process. So thank you very, very much for that very hard and very fruitful job that you have done. Also, you have had the opportunity to work as experts, work as external reviewers, and you also work with the national focal point and understand how IPBES is evolving. Nevertheless, as always, I can say it is important to understand that there are a lot of ways to participate, and not necessarily, it is not necessarily to have a PhD to participate. It is not necessarily to be on the name of the institution that you can participate. You can participate as an expert, individual expert as well. If you have less than 35 years, you can participate in the fellowship program. So there are a lot of opportunities, but really, I think that taking into consideration the celebration of the 10th year, the 10th anniversary of NIE, I think that is my turn to ask you, how has been your experience with IPBES? Or what challenges you have found, or for you, what come next? Because, for example, we have from Asia Pacific bureau member that is indeed a guest, and where are you? I don't see him. Oh, yes, you are here. Okay, yes. We have a bureau member of IPBES here from Asia Pacific, and I am totally sure that he is going to be a perfect connection as the representative of Asia Pacific in the bureau. He will work with you as a bridge with the Secretariat and in general with the platform. But how do you want how do you see NIE at this point in time with IPBES? Maybe I saw also that you are doing a great job because you translated to Korean our latest assessment, the invasive alien species assessment that we approved 2 months ago. So thank you very much. You are working to translate the science, produced internationally to the at national level in Korean, in your language. So you are giving the opportunity to your society to understand the production of science. So I think that you have been working a lot with this, and I sincerely hope that you will continue working in that fashion, and I really sincerely want to congratulate you because you are an example for a lot of countries that have not done the same things with the same spirit that you are doing. So thank you very much for all of that. And finally, I was asked about what is the role, well, this is something that we are going to do for the coming years. And just to tell you that there are a lot of things to do if you're interested. We are working on a business and biodiversity assessment. We are going to start a second global assessment, the update of the global assessment. We are going to do a monitoring assessment as a fast-track assessment, and one assessment in spatial planning and connectivity. All that assessments are going to be done between now and 2030. And it would be fantastic to see NIE as really leading scientific part of those processes, giving information, participating as experts involved, as authors, because I think that really, and your expertise, come on, in monitoring and the knowledge that you have on the biodiversity and the regional biodiversity, also the work that you have done in connectivity and spatial planning is very important. So give the information to the international community, because you are it's not only the work that you have done, that the experience that you have, but how important it is to share that experience and that information with the rest of the world. So, answering this final question of the role and importance of the National Ecological Research Institute, the importance, I think that I have repeated during the intervention that the need, we need really to build all our decisions based on science and evidence, involving a wider diversity of knowledge systems and voices, understanding the many different values of nature. So the first point is, the science needs to be done in a transdisciplinary or interdisciplinary way and environments, and I think that NIE is producing that here. Also, science provided by a research institution is paramount to identify problems of biodiversity loss and nature contributions to people, to provide tools, to provide models and scenarios useful for decision makers, and of course to provide this solid data. In other words, provide really traceable, understandable, and solid science as the core of the decision-making process. I had the opportunity to work during more than, oh my God, I'm not going to say how many years, 20 years, and National Biodiversity Research Institute in Colombia. So I come from a research institution, and I know how important it is really to provide good and on-time information for the decision makers. There is no viable future if we do not manage to understand through science the impact generated by the loss of biodiversity, envision the most viable options to a model of sustainable future. So I think that NIE has been working on that. You work from science, not only to political decision making, but also for sustainability. So thank you very much for helping to build the bridge between science, society, and policy for the nature and the planet, and happy anniversary again. Thank you very much.
네, 좋은 말씀해
That was a formal chair of the IBIS, Ana Maria Hernandez Saga. Let's give her another big round of applause for her wonderful presentation. She talked about diversity, biodiversity, knowledge establishment for sustainable future. So she highlighted the importance of the services that biodiversity can offer, and also the new role that National Institute of Ecology should have in the future. Now let me introduce the last speaker of the keynote speech. He's from an international organization for the global resources and natural protection, which is International Union for Conservation of Nature. Director Trevor Sandwith of the IUCN Center for Conservation Action will talk about ways to accomplish goals of global diversity, IUCN's scientific approach for effective and fair nature conservation. Let's give him a big round of applause as he comes up to the stage.
Right, so good afternoon everybody, and once again thank you for the invitation. It's very wonderful for me to be here today, and I wanted to start with the congratulations on the anniversary of the National Institute of Ecology turning 10, but it's coupled with a bigger anniversary back at IUCN, where the same week we have turned 75. So I made sure that those two were linked together here on the slide. And I wanted to mention one other congratulations, is that just this last week, the National Institute of Ecology became a full state agency member of IUCN. So congratulations to NIE. Now the work really starts. So we've all been given quite challenging briefs for these talks, and I will try not to be too long, but I wanted to start off by just touching on this issue of institutional development. We have NIE at 10 years old, IUCN at 75. What does this all mean? How is it that we all can actually deliver a scientific approach for effective nature conservation? I won't spend too long talking about global trends because Ana Maria has already done so, but I'd like to get a little bit more granular about the kinds of decisions that we're all trying to make and the kinds of data that matters, and then turn back to that question at the end again about what's the role of NIE and what can we do together, NIE and IUCN, the big family of IUCN, and what can we do as part of this bigger institution at the global level. So I want to just touch on a few issues around where does IUCN come from. We are turning 75 this year, and this all started in the first part of the 20th century, but ultimately IUCN was formed following a world conference on nature protection that was organized by a Swiss NGO, now Pro Natura, and so IUCN was established in 1948 at Fontainebleau in France, and it's changed its title and its name. That maybe is another part of maturity. As one gets older, one changes your spots a little bit. But next week, we'll be going back to Paris, to Fontainebleau, with the full IUCN Council to celebrate the 75th anniversary. Just for those of you who don't know what NIE has just joined, IUCN is one of the only global intergovernmental organizations that also admits non-governmental organizations, both at subnational government level, but also non-governmental organizations and also indigenous peoples organizations. So it's also supported by 6 expert commissions, and many of you could be members of these commissions or become members of these commissions, and it has a global secretariat where I work. We talk about the triple helix of IUCN, where these 3 intertwined institutions work together. And just touching briefly on Korea, you know that actually the Ministry of Environment is the state agency member for IUCN, but there are also 5 now, including the National Institute of Ecology, agency members, as well as many non-governmental organizations. So Korea, as a member of IUCN with Korean institutions, is a very important part of IUCN's kind of DNA, the triple helix. Just touching again on networks of experts, because I know some of you in the room are members of the IUCN commissions. There are commissions on the screen on education and communication, on economic, environmental, and social policy, on ecosystem management, species survival, environmental law, and the World Commission on Protected Areas. So there are about 18,000 experts in these commissions who give of their work voluntarily. And of course, as Anna Maria was speaking before, they often become the experts in these task forces and expert groups contributing to the global resolution of problems. So we claim to be the world's largest environmental network and a unique network. And what I want to tell you a little bit about is how this works. So of course, we're also global. We have 11 regional offices and 50 country offices. And that means we're often in touch, if you like, with what is going on in the field in the different countries and the different regions. So what IUCN has been able to do in its 75 years is actually catalyze quite a few things. We've been hearing about conventions, we've been hearing about IPBES, but IUCN has often been right there at the very beginning. So I won't spend a lot of time on this, but I'll just put up 4 slides. IUCN laid the foundation for CITES, the Convention on Trade. And of course, it supported that magnificently. It's one of the best known products of IUCN is the IUCN Red List categories of threat. And of course, Korea ratified that convention. The World Heritage Convention was started by a resolution in an IUCN General Assembly in 1966 in Switzerland. And of course, as you know, that's led to another really important global institution. The Ramsar Convention was drafted by IUCN, discussed in the IUCN Congress in Banff in Canada, and eventually the Ramsar Secretariat became housed in the same building as our Secretariat at IUCN. Korea, again, a very proud member of that convention. And the Convention on Biological Diversity also had its start. The IUCN General Assembly identified the elements of the proposed CBD. The first session of the ad hoc working group of experts to develop the convention was held in Switzerland, and ultimately in 1992 the convention agreed in Rio de Janeiro. Now these are the things that we all know about and which we support, but they weren't there in 1948 when IUCN was formed. These are institutions of our global environmental governance have been established since then. And what IUCN does is contributes to that, not only in looking at what is needed, but making those institutions function. So some of the really important things that we've been hearing about today, about the Global Biodiversity Outlook, tracking progress on what's going on with global biodiversity, and we've also been hearing about this famous landmark report from IPBES that tries to bring all of these things together. But behind the engine room there is are these issues that Anna Maria was highlighting. How do we get to grips with what's going on, what's causing change, and what do you do about it? Not just tracking it, realizing that we're losing biodiversity, but what do you then do to actually intervene? And that's where I think the national institutions like the NIE are so important. We need to understand what's going on, but why is it going on? And if we're going to do something about it, what will work and why does it work? So this sort of opens up the issue beyond tracking to doing something. So how do we stop that loss of biodiversity and turn it around? And we understand, if you look at the green area at the bottom there, that conservation and restoration is one of the first and easiest ways to bend the curve. After that, we talked about climate change, reducing other drivers, getting to sustainable production, reduced consumption, but they are all necessary. And the foundation of this change is in the conservation of biodiversity and the restoration of biodiversity that we've been hearing about. So we're right at this triple planetary crisis. We keep talking about it at the moment. This is a UNEP report that came out just ahead of the, well, it's earlier this year actually. So we basically got this massive destruction of the planet, the loss of biodiversity, fossil fuel pollution, and the climate change that results. And the toxic mix of these three planetary crises working together, so that the Secretary General spoke about the world being at war with nature, and that the requirement is to find peace with nature to sort this out. So arriving at all these conclusions, as we were hearing in the previous talk, is really the job of all of the institutions, and many of those, like NIE, are members of IUCN. BirdLife International, IUCN, UNEP, the World Conservation Monitoring Center, we're providing the data that actually underpins the decision-making around these goals, like SDG 14 and 15, on coverage of protected areas, key biodiversity areas, the overlay analysis of these, the Red List Index, and many others. These are the metrics that underpin what we're talking about. And one doesn't arrive at these metrics without really solid research and the information systems that NIE and other institutions can provide. So we present IUCN as a global authority that helps to bring many of this work together. But not just, as I said just now, not just understanding what is going on and tracking the change, but actually also understanding the measures that are needed to safeguard nature. The way we do this in IUCN, once again, I won't dwell on any of these in detail, and we can talk more in the roundtables and tomorrow. But I'd like to start with the action, because primarily IUCN works in the field. The members work on programs, on restoration, on species conservation. And it's learning by doing that generates the knowledge and the capacity to understand what is needed. So IUCN is often the, if you like, the pump that takes that learning and turns it into tools, data and tools that can be used and generalized through analysis to develop global standards, principles, guidance that can be applied. And then what IUCN does best is what you're doing here, is we bring people together. So let me just touch on a few of these issues. In terms of tools and data, I don't have to go into these, I think, for you to understand what we're talking about. I mentioned the IUCN Red List of Threatened Species. It is the only metric, if you like, globally, that we can understand really what is going on with species conservation. The problem is it's telling us what's going wrong with species conservation, not what's going right. So there are efforts to work on a green status of species to try and look at the shift from threatened to in an effective conservation state. And others that you know that are very important. I'll mention particularly here the World Database on Key Biodiversity Areas. This is part of that spatial planning analysis. Where do we need to protect nature in order to sustain and maintain ecosystem services? You all know that Protected Planet, which builds on the World Database on Protected Areas, looks spatially at what is protected And obviously using spatial overlay analysis, we can figure out what isn't protected and what still needs to be protected if we're going to achieve these massive global goals like the 30%. And then one of the things that we've been working on quite a lot is the IUCN Green List of Protected and Conserved Areas. Korea is one of the pilot countries that first established green listed sites. We're not just interested in that there should be protected areas, but we're interested that these protected areas actually are effective in conserving biodiversity and meeting their goals. Very typical products that IUCN produces are things like that was released just a week ago, the Global Species Action Plan at the scientific subsidiary body meeting in Nairobi. IUCN has produced a global ecosystem typology to try and find a common way for everyone to think about ecosystems and their mapping. And you may also have heard of IUCN's Global Standard for Nature-Based Solutions, which was adopted at UNEA as the basis for another global standard. And what IUCN does is work with its partners, with its countries, state members, with its state agency members to apply these tools and recommendations in practice. We also do direct conservation action. I'm the director of the IUCN Center for Conservation Action, where we are applying many grant funding programs around the world, including on threatened species, such as the IUCN Save Our Species Fund, working all over the world on different taxa. Mainly by providing small grants to institutions that have the capability to engineer change in the field and get results. And then touching on the last point again, the convening power. Our last Conservation Congress, delayed by the pandemic, was in Marseille in 2021. It was one of the first global meetings that was convened in person and in hybrid form. And of course, we're looking forward to welcoming the NIE and many of you to the next World Conservation Congress, which will be in the United Arab Emirates in 2025. You're also familiar with other fora that IUCN uses to convene, and the first, because of the partnership that IUCN has with Korea, we were able to convene the IUCN Leaders Forum the last year in Jeju, and the last one was just a week ago in Geneva. I wanted to show you that this DNA, if you like, the countries, the members, the commissions, all working together is an incredibly powerful force for good in conservation. The other thing that I heard other speakers talking about was the role of NIA in capacity development and knowledge management. And we've been working together with several institutions in a program called Panorama, Solutions for a Healthy Planet, where really it's about finding those success stories in the field and document them in a standardized way. This was then cited in the recent Global Biodiversity Framework as one of the ways in which knowledge management could take place. So now there's a lot of effort with the CBD Secretariat and others to look at how Panorama can serve this role globally. But just to give you one example, there are now, well, there's 1,400 or so solutions in this database, but they go right into institutions like the Korea National Park Service that has looked at restoration of endangered species in Korea and has put their lessons on paper in a way that's accessible and searchable in a global database. So I invite you to look at Panorama when you get a chance. Other things that we're working on with Korea at the moment, you know this crazy word OECM, which isn't a word. It means other effective area-based conservation measures, and then some bright spark called it OECM, and that got stuck. But I was really fascinated that Korea has taken this one step further and started talking about areas of coexistence conservation, looking at places where non-governmental organizations, local communities are achieving conservation outcomes in a way that is sustainable and can be sustained over time. And here's a workshop that was held right here I think in the NIE, involving the NIE on on how to do this kind of work. And so once again, Korea is in the lead in piloting this new form of conservation. And this is where we can get to the 30%. All of the journalists want to know, how can we get to 30%? Well, we can get to 30% by recognizing what is being conserved and understanding who is conserving it, rather than thinking that we are starting from a blank slate. We are not. And then, of course, just a week or so ago, we saw the Global Species Action Plan presented at a side event hosted by the Korea government, and some of the people in this room are in this picture. So thank you so much for that effort. So going towards the last part of my talk, I was trying to give you an idea of what it really means to be part of this global community. And I think that's one of the ambitions of this. I didn't understand everything that everybody was saying when they were celebrating the 10th anniversary of NIE. But one of those things was that we're here and we're getting onto the global stage and we want to make a commitment. So these are just my thoughts, but I was thinking, what is it that we really need you to do in this? First of all, we need to identify and monitor key environmental biodiversity variables. All those things that Anna Maria put on the list have to be measured by somebody. And the best way to do that is to have an institution with the authority, with the mandate and the capability. And we heard in the first keynote speech that ambition being put on the table. But we need to know more than that if you're going to work as an ecological institute. We just don't need to know how many threatened species you've got or how many areas of restoration you've got. What we want to know is how biodiversity is distributed and how this distribution is changing in response to climate change and other variables. If we've got any hope of modeling the world that we want, we need to be using the data and information and research in an exploratory fashion to try and understand what really works. In conservation, it's not just about biodiversity. I mean, we've talked about the relationship between human beings and biodiversity, but actually conservation is about human beings and biodiversity. It's about what we can do to protect nature and how nature is in fact essential for human well-being. But we need to understand what kinds of governance and what kinds of management actually work, how to make that recipe so that it works, so we don't have people whose rights are violated, that we don't have, we need synergy between institutions, we don't need competition. So one of the roles of NIE is to work as an institute with other parts of society. And that's why I think you have a role to do that, not only indeed having meetings like this, but actually bringing into your research programs this essential relationship between human beings and nature. More practically, we need to understand how to restore damaged ecosystems. What is the goal in a world where the climate is changing? It can't be the same goal that we had before. Species are moving against ecological gradients. And maintaining connectivity is no trivial matter when we look at the demands that we're placing on the planet. When I came here on the bus, I was just looking at the huge infrastructure, the canals, all these pieces of infrastructure that cut up the landscape and the seascape, and how to maintain connectivity in the face of human development is no trivial task. We also need to understand how far can we go when it comes to use? Where does sustainable, legitimate use of biodiversity become unsustainable, illegitimate use of biodiversity that degrades nature? And then probably one of the main important issues that a National Ecological Institute can do is to really manage and develop individual and institutional capacity. I think you talked about starting with a very, very few people. Now there's 600 staff, but you have the power. If you can do that in 10 years, can you imagine what you can do in 100 years? What kinds of capacity are needed for the planet that we want to live on? I think that's another research question. So just touching on some of the things that I know that you will need to be working on. And my plea here is to, I've heard a lot of talk about species, not so much talk about ecosystems. We've heard some talk about ecological services, ecosystem services, but not much about bringing these things together. So if we're going to plan and manage all areas of the world to bring, to halt the loss of biodiversity, we've got to understand the tools. Key biodiversity areas, the red list of ecosystems, protected planet. We need to bring all of those together to put the most powerful spatial planning for both land and sea areas into place. Otherwise, we don't have the framework to be able to do it. And we need a very powerful database engine to help us make decisions around spatial planning. So that's like pitch number one. Pitch number two, I've heard about the real interest here in restoration. Our first keynote speaker spoke about restoration. What should be restored? How should it be restored? In what direction should it be restored? And how do we do this in such a way that we actually achieve the halting of the loss of biodiversity and the restoration of nature? So that I think is an incredibly important mandate. And as IUCN, you would have access to all of these tools and services that we can help you with. The area I've spent most of my career on has been on effective conservation. I think Korea needs to take this further, but you know, it's not the job of the Korea National Park Service to make conservation effective. It's NIE's job to say that it is effective. You set up this area, is it achieving what you set out to do? You have to know about species, you have to know about ecosystem, you have to know about all the processes underneath that. So once again, I think you have a powerful suite of institutions to bring a powerful suite of tools together. Target 4 of the GBF is about recovery of threatened species. And I understand now that we have the Global Species Action Plan. You've just revised your National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan here at NIE. How do we now bring this information together to develop a Korea-specific species, let's say, restoration plan for the country and for your neighbors in this region? I think there's a leadership role that NIE can be playing. So just to give you that example, Odaesan National Park is one of the IUCN green listed sites. It's already getting its 10th anniversary next year. There are 3,788 animal and plant species, among which 30 Korean endemic plants. It's full of really important wetlands and forest ecosystems. And the management technique is to remove invasive alien species and maintain viable populations of threatened species like the long-tailed gorals. What isn't there a role for in NIE in this? To actually show that we can take an area and sustain and maintain its values into the future and make sure that that vulnerable species ends up ultimately not being threatened. So one of the ways that IUCN is doing this is to create a, let's say, a meta platform, which we call the Contributions for Nature platform, where we can map any area, any polygon in the world and predict what is likely to happen in that polygon in terms of reaching these goals. And I know that NIE is very interested in this, but essentially I did a quick screen grab of Korea. The green areas are protected areas and key biodiversity areas, and then the snaky line is the Nakdong River. But within that polygon, one could actually capture what is protected, what is not protected, what species are threatened, where do they occur, who are the management authorities, who are the governance authorities, what restoration is going on, and use the contributions for platform to actually develop a more powerful understanding of how far are we in tracking progress against these goals. So at 10 years old, congratulations, a big 10. We need to sustain the global importance of the National Institute of Ecology. I think the keys are coordination, working with other Korean biodiversity management institutions to generate comprehensive assessments of biodiversity using global standards, tools, and metrics. So there you are. As a member of IUCN, you could be doing that. But really importantly, pursue research programs to take assessment, data analysis, and information on governance and management to get a better understanding of what works and why, and what doesn't work and why not. Because unless we go this next step, what we're doing is we're observing what has happened. I went to a conference in the Western Cape where I come from, and someone presented a poster, which, Andre might even remember this, a poster that was completely blank, and it had a credit at the bottom, and it said, acknowledging all of the scientists over the last 200 years who monitored and observed the complete loss of the Cape threatened fauna and flora. We don't want that to be our legacy, that there's a blank piece of paper. What we want is a plan for those 100 years ahead, that we're going to put nature back on the map. And then maybe finally, I would say is there are many international perspectives that NIE can draw on to further develop your own understanding for maintaining and enhancing global biodiversity, because conservation is not taking place at IUCN in Switzerland. It's taking place right here in Korea, in communities, in organizations, and that's what NIE can unlock. So once again, congratulations to NIE at 10 years old. You have the key to making a change for great positive benefit for the planet. Thank you so much.
네, IUCN
That was Director Trevor Sandwade from IUCN Center for Conservation Action. He touched upon the international trend of biodiversity and for ecological research, what NIE and IUCN can do together. Thank you very much. So we just finished the 3 keynote speeches, and we could see a lot of international organizations as well as professionals do their best to secure our hope for the future. And we are going to have a 10-minute break before we go into a roundtable talk. So in 10 minutes, like from 5:10 p.m. Korea Standard Time, we are going to continue our dialogue. We'll see you again in 10 minutes.
네, 잠시 안내 말씀 드립니다.
May I have your attention, please? We are going to start the roundtable discussion of the 10th anniversary ceremony and International Symposium of National Institute of Ecology. Please make sure to make your way to be inside the venue. Please make sure that your phone is switched to vibration or silent mode. Please tune your channel to 1 for Korean and 2 for English.
네, 다시 안내 말씀 드리겠습니다.
May I have your attention, please? We are going to start the round table for the International Symposium of National Institute of Ecology. Please make your way to the venue and be seated. Once again, may I have your attention, please? We are going to start the roundtable discussion. Please make your way to the venue and be seated so we can start momentarily. For the event, please make sure to switch your mobile phone to vibration or silent mode. Please tune your channel to 1 for Korean and 2 for English for your reference. Thank you.
네, 기다려주셔서 감사합니다. 그럼 지금
Thank you for waiting. We would like to now start the roundtable discussion of International Symposium by National Institute of Ecology. The topic is the future development of NIE and the international cooperation, its experience and the outlook. We would like to re-invite Ms. Ana Maria Hernandez Saga and Trevor Sandwich, along with the three more speakers. I would like to introduce all of them. First, Nakano Shinichi, a director of a Center for Ecological Research from Kyoto University. Please come up to the stage. Dr. Simon Smart, UK Center for Ecology and Hydrology. Professor Alice Hughes, the University of Hong Kong. Let's give her a big round of applause. And they will be joined by the President Jo Do-soon of the National Institute of Ecology. Now, I would like to turn my microphone to the President. Let's welcome him again as he comes up to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the 10th NIE Symposium Roundtable. In this discussion, I wish to delve deeper into the insights we gained from the earlier keynote speeches. Specifically, I would like to explore the topic of the future, entitled The Future and International Cooperation of the NIE, Experiences and Prospects. We will be inviting your thoughts and opinions on this theme, drawing from the perspectives shared during the keynote addresses. Actually, we have been preparing the 10th anniversary events, and at the beginning, our researchers told me that we want to analyze what we have done. Then, no, we have to move forward. So instead of analyzing past achievements, then I suggested that we should invite some leading ecologists or policymakers to help us to guide the passage for our future research. So we are thinking of our future 10 years later with very strong research, with the help of your ideas. That's the basics of this talk, panel discussion. We had the privilege of gaining wisdom from the three distinguished keynote speakers. Professor Chen Che introduced the idea of an ecological turn for innovating NIE. Furthermore, Ana Maria Hernandez Salga from IPES emphasized the importance of scientific, reliable information derived from the multidisciplinary collaboration. IUCN Director Trevor Sandwich highlighted the need for this information to align with global standard tools and metrics, emphasizing the significance of both domestic and international cooperation. Now we would like to hear more about innovation and cooperation. In addition to the keynote speakers, we have 3 experts from various fields with us for the roundtable discussion. I believe you are all familiar with the keynote speakers, so I will briefly introduce 3 new panelists. Farthest from my left is Professor Shinichi Nakano from the Center for Ecological Research of Kyoto University. Actually, National Institute of Ecology and Center for Ecological Research of Kyoto University signed an MOU in 2016, and we have been actively engaged in exchange programs such as joint symposia and research exchanges. Professor Nakano would be a rare foreign researcher with knowledge and affection for NIE, and he can speak Korean too. Okay. Next to him is Dr. Simon Smart. He's working at the UK Center for Ecology and Hydrology. UK CEH is a globally well-known ecological institution established in 1962, and I expect Dr. Smart will offer meaningful lessons from its long history with us. Actually, I visited Wallingford CEH about 15 years ago to benchmark your institution in order to establish this Institute of Ecology. So it was a pleasant visit to your institution. Then the last person I want to introduce is Professor Alice Hughes. She's an associate professor of the University of Hong Kong and also an active GeoBond member. I expect a valuable insight from her regarding the international cooperation with big ecological data. Firstly, I would like to turn the microphone over to Dr. Shinichi Nakano. Based on the keynote speeches, I think you can add many more comments for our research institution.
Okay, that means I give a talk using my PPT.
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
Yeah, you can
But
present
this PPT is okay. Thank you very much. 감사합니다. I'm Shinichi Nakano from Kyoto University, Japan. Before that, I'm very happy, honored, and happy to be here. Thank you very much for your inviting me here. I'm very happy. And 축하합니다 for your 10-year anniversary. 축하합니다. Okay, so today I'd like to talk about this title. My topic has been given by the NIE already. So my first theme for the present talk is a distinctive role of government-affiliated research institute. For that means for the NIE. I think the role and the presence of NIE would be similar to the National Institute for Environment Studies, NIES, Japan. And so that's the reason why I make a search for the role of the NIES, Japan. Maybe the role of the NIES would be similar to the NIE. So I found the one PDF file which explains the role of the NIES, Japan. And I make a slight modification on that. So as a core research institute in environmental science, that should be in ecology in Korea, its activities would be provide a scientific and technology basis for the nation's environmental policy and to contribute to the promotion of research and development that nation should take for the promotion of science and technology related to the environment conservation, and make destination for the results, and train next generation researchers in terms of environment research and technology and development. So I hope the NID would also need to promote research and development, etc., so that the results of its activities will contribute to environmental policy and social implementation to ensure the healthy and cultural lifestyles of the present and future generation of the nation. And so from now, I'd like to make some the comparison between the NIE and my institution, CEL, because my institution, Center for Ecology Research, it belongs to the Kyoto University. It's an education system. So the institution, the government affiliated institution has a different role. And we are the educational system, and also we have been registered as the joint usage and the joint research center by Minister of Education in Japan. So we have been keeping our research facilities for which is open to every researchers, not only domestic but also international. And then, so one of the facilities is the research vessel in Lake Biwa. This research vessel in Lake Biwa has many sophisticated, the modern research instruments within this vessel, and we can conduct a very high-level research in Lake Biwa. And also we have the many experimental fields within our campus, and then we have also the experimental ponds within our campus. And those facilities, and also most famous and most important our facilities would be a stable isotope analysis system. This system is used by many researchers from not only from the domestic but also from the many countries, foreign countries all over the world. And if the NIE have some of those facilities or our facilities, please make those facilities open to every researchers, and please allow them to use them, and which would have their high networking and also the high quality of data collection, and also those data should be open to every researcher who have the access to the internet. And today I have found that the aquarium, but the NIS Scuba and also the CER, my institution, do not have the aquarium. So this afternoon we visited the aquarium, and we have found that not only they are primary school students but also the elder aged people visit the aquarium. Many people. It's a very busy situation. So we don't have this system, and I think this aquarium system is very good for the education in Korea. And also my second theme for the present talk is the importance of ecology research collaboration and its direction for the development. But the environmental monitorings in ecosystems have been actively conducted all over the world. And we already have the strong worldwide networks which serve as a link among the monitorings. However, as everybody knows that the fruits, the data derived from the monitorings, which are not included in those networks, are still individually or independently stored. So those data should be open to everybody who wants to research, more research. In the last July, we held the EFES Congress in the Jeju Island, Korea. The EFES means the East Asian Federation of Ecological Societies. And in the symposium, there is one session organized by the NIE, and there is one presentation, Climate Change and Ecological Observatory Network, organized by the Hyomi Lee and Professor Ju. And the NIE in future, in the coming 10 years or something, NIE will conduct the long-term monitoring in Korea, the country. And those data will be open to every researchers and professors to be used in their research. That is very good. And also, here we have the Alice. She is from the GeoBond. The direction of the NIE from the coming 10 years would follow the way of the GeoBond like this. So we have the DUPA network. Please let me introduce our DUPA. DUPA is the network consists of the 435 membership from 37 countries, and we have been conducting the newsletter publication and the capacity building, and we have been inviting the many young scientists, including the graduate student, and from those countries, and almost every year, and during COVID, we could not do that, but this year we invited one graduate student from Thailand, and we have been conducting this students exercise course like this, and this is it would have the new networking. So, and also the DUPA office have been supporting the AP Bond activities. When the AP Bond, they published those books from Springer, the DUPA edited. So finally, anyway, NIECR and other ecological institutes all over the world need to foster the next generation and promote research and development, etc., etc. And so that the results of its activities will contribute to the environmental policy and the social implementation to ensure the healthy and cultural lifestyles of the present and the future generation of the nation. So that is what I want to talk. So thank you very much for your kindness and 감사합니다.
Thank you, Nakano. I forgot one thing. He was the president of the Ecological Society of Japan, and we were friends. We were preparing for the IFES meeting more than 10 years ago together. And I think you mentioned an important thing. The national institution, research institution, should open its facility to other researchers. And that's what we are going to do for the next decade. We are setting up permanent study sites.
Yes, yes.
And if we establish those sites first, then we are going to open it to other researchers so that we can share the research sites and also our facilities.
Yes, sir. In IFES Jazz Congress, the NIE organized the session, and you invited some researcher from the NEON, the US.
Yes.
And you will follow the way of the NEON. It's very good.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Then I would like to ask Dr. Simon Smart to share your experiences of UKCEH with us.
Thank you very much, Dr. Do Sun-Chu. And I just have to say that when you visited Wallingford, you visited the one site in Britain with the best weather of all our institutes. So that was a good choice on your part. And also, I'd just like to start as well by saying again, congratulations on 10 years. And it's fantastic to be here to celebrate that. So there are a couple of themes to this talk, and one is collaboration, and one is fostering the next generation of excellent scientists. So my talk is in two parts, following the brief that I was given. So I'll briefly describe the unique niche of CH, UKCH in the research ecosystem in Britain and the wider world, and then respectfully offer some ideas for NIE in its next highly successful 10 years. So there are many benefits to being young, and there are many benefits to being old as well. And UKCH began by the merger of 4 institutes, the oldest of which began 54 years ago. So we have a long legacy of work in the area of monitoring, understanding, and reporting and bearing witness to environmental change. And we answer 4 broad questions. How has the environment and biodiversity changed? What are the causes of change? What are the consequences for ecosystem services and people? And can we use that understanding to forecast future outcomes of human activities, both positive and negative? And use that understanding to help build solutions for environmental degradation. And 50% of our funding, just for information, comes from our research council, so direct from our government research council budgets as a guaranteed funding pool. And for the rest, we have to bid into competitively won income from research grants and as contractors to government departments and the like. So I'm going to go briefly through 3 examples of our work. This is a map that shows the countryside survey of Britain, and I've been discussing with Hemi and others the equivalence and differences between this and the national countryside survey that you have here in Korea. We've been visiting many 1 kilometre squares across Britain for the last 45 years, quantifying change in habitats, diversity, soil condition, and also the coincident drivers of ecological change. And this activity, I have to say, has required strong institutional commitment, especially in its early years when results are not so strong and not so clear, but our funders want value for money very quickly. And I'll come on to that in a second. But these large-scale long-term observations uniquely bear witness to the fine details, so the fine resolution of ecological change. And importantly, we translate these observations with our collaborators into policy-relevant evidence for government. And so here's an example where we quantified the abrupt decline in nectar supply across Britain resulting from agricultural intensification after 1950. And you can see the sudden change from the kind of pink bar at 1930 to the yellow as agriculturally intensive grasslands became more frequent across Britain. And coincidentally, or as a consequence of that, there was a big reduction in nectar supplying plants. We maximise the sort of usefulness of the observations we make by using them as a baseline for modelling the future. And this is one of the ways that we try and encourage our funders, especially in those early years, to keep the faith and keep with us, because we can actually use those early years and even the baseline as a platform for modelling at fine resolution what might happen in the future, both in the shorter and longer term. And we can then match those predictions with our growing set of observations, which makes for a very, very powerful capacity for understanding, predicting and bearing witness to past change and also estimating what might happen in the future. And this is an example where the UK government was interested in how agriculture, biodiversity and ecosystem services might be impacted by various trade scenarios after we left the EU. The aim was really to determine how much payment we should offer to landowners and farmers for conservation action. To do this, we again collaboratively convened and joined together a number of models owned partly by us and many by others in universities and agencies, and processed the 4 scenarios shown here on the x-axis. So you've got an EU trade scenario, a trade scenario with Australia, New Zealand and Europe, and then wider trade scenarios. And you can see how here we predict the impact on farm income over 25 years following Brexit. And using the same modelling approach, you can see the biodiversity box is now highlighted. We can also simultaneously estimate the impacts of these scenarios on plants and birds by virtue of their habitat preferences and how land use changes over time. And interestingly, we expect increases in both species groups, the plants and the birds, under the wider trade scenarios, because those really severely compete with our farming sector and they drive some farm businesses into low-intensity agriculture or even out of agriculture, and that actually benefits some of the biodiversity. Hence the requirement for subsidies to cater for those profits and incomes foregone. My last example is a fairly straightforward one, and it's about how UKCH, again highly collaboratively, work with our scholarly recording societies and our citizen scientists to build policy-relevant indicators of how, in this case, priority species across the UK have declined severely since 1970 when these records began. And this example is based on occupancy modelling of trends in bats, moths, birds and butterflies from 4 long-term, large-scale recording schemes run by others, not by UKCH. Hence, again, the need to collaborate with our partners. So this is my last slide, and it's a bit of a mix of ideas, really, and I think some of these are already clearly being championed by NIE, and you already have huge excellence in some of these examples. Perhaps others have occurred to me, and there are things we actually don't do very well at CEH, and we could probably learn from you in this respect. But I guess the first one is maintaining a unique niche, and we all know as ecologists that successful niche differentiation is a way of avoiding competition, even though the reality is that we all have to compete for finite funding at some point in our careers. But you know, having a unique niche, and for us it's this kind of large-scale, long-term observing platforms and using that data, analysing it using the best science, integrating different data sets, integrating with Earth observation, for example, and also citizen science data is a way that we can forge a unique niche in this research ecosystem. And also, as is the modelling that we do, again collaboratively, but trying to make the very best of our fine resolution large-scale observations for estimating what the outcomes might be in the future of human activity, good or bad. A way we found to maximise success really is to foster the excellence of our science, and that really means our early career researchers, our students, embedding PhD students within our institutes, helping to fund them or fully fund them, having exchange programs and staff sabbaticals so that some of our staff spend time working in the government departments whose policies we provide evidence to support. All these things are really great at kind of fostering and bringing forward the next generation of people that we need when people like me eventually buy my golf clubs and go and do something else. So I think finally, you know, we really need to understand how we got to the present if we're to avoid the mistakes of the past. And so I should end by just congratulating the commitment of NIE in maintaining its mission to observe, understand and bear witness to changes in the biodiversity of South Korea and the wider region, and to contribute this key information to these global assessment programs like ITBES. So I'll end there. Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you very much for your encouraging words. I think we needed to learn many things from you. We are only 10 years old. You are more than 60, 70 years old. CH was established in 1962. Yeah? So there is some difference. And when I visited Wallingford, I noticed that you were very active in long-term ecological monitoring. And also, the situation is more or less very similar. Our government and our Korean parliament do not want to support long-term ecological monitoring. They want to quick fix and quick results. So, but we need actually long-term monitoring studies for better prediction with better models. So I think your work is very important, and also you mentioned about the citizen scientists. So we are also trying to use general citizens, but we have to elaborate more. So we need to collaborate with you. Thank you for your presentation. Okay. Then now it's time for Professor Alice Hughes. She will tell us about the role of science in both the domestic and the international policy arena.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here today, and this is a crucial topic if we are going to do better in terms of monitoring global and regional biodiversity change. And so I'm here on behalf of GeoBon and APBon in highlighting the key role of data in helping us move forward into a more sustainable world. And so over the past 10 to 20 years, our knowledge of global biodiversity has completely transformed. When many of us were students, we were data poor. We didn't have the data to understand even regional biodiversity trends, and that has fundamentally changed. One reason why it has changed is organizations such as GBIF, the Global Biodiversity Information Facility, has helped us collate global data to provide insights that we never previously had across the planet. And in recent years, that has skyrocketed. And so if we were to take the example of somewhere like South Korea, you can see that there is a relatively good cross-section of biodiversity just in the observations present in that portal, with much of the data you see here actually contributed by NIE, because you can see who is generating that data. And again, if we look at what that curve looks like, most of this data has been generated in just the last few years. Now, this tells us two things. It tells us that in recent times we have become very biodiversity rich, but at the same time we do not have the long-term time series data we need to develop baselines of biodiversity or to assess how we are doing in terms of biodiversity loss across landscapes. And if we look at the number of records, you can see there are hundreds of thousands of records across South Korea, but the majority of these, almost 70%, come from human observation. Now, while citizen science is crucially important, there are things that citizen science does not do that scientifically collected data does. And one of those is primarily being indicative against species that are harder to detect in areas that are harder to access, meaning that no one set of data will tell you everything. And so if we were to map out what that biodiversity data looks like within GBIF, and as I said earlier, much of this comes from NIE, we'll see that the major cities are clearly visible, and we can both look at the record collection density or the biodiversity. And whilst this provides a good first pass as to where we see certain species, of course this is only one element of the data spectrum, and how we analyze it is absolutely crucial. On a more global basis, if we were to try and think about the distribution of this observational data, we'd find about 90% of all biodiversity data comes from within 2 kilometers of a road. This is also important because it means for the rarest and most sensitive species, we often do not have the data we need to assess species trends or to prioritize key regions for those species, and why organizations like NIE need to take that extra step to generate standardized data from the regions that are less accessible, so we have a more comprehensive understanding of what that change looks like. Now, as I said earlier, almost 70% of that data is from human observations, typically that's citizen science, and you can see, once again, those major populated areas coming out in sites like iNaturalist. Now, eBird and iNaturalist are both fantastic repositories for citizen science data, and citizen science is crucial for both engaging with the public, but also for, and this is what eBird looks like, you can see just how incredible that data is. And what this does that scientifically collected data often doesn't do is it provides species phenology. And so for the first time, we can actually start to see when species start appearing in terms of migration, or when invasive species start appearing. And so having these two systems running in parallel provides us with a higher temporal resolution of data, as well as the standardized data we need for scientific analysis. So what can we do with it, and how is it important? So if we were to map it out, we can do things like monitor where species are at different times of the year. Now, this is some work we did a few years ago on migratory birds across the East Asian Australasian flyway. Along the EAAF, more than 50 million birds annually migrate between Australia and North Asia. However, some of those species have shown population declines of over 70% since the 1960s, and therefore understanding where these species are at different times of year, as well as their migratory stopovers, is absolutely crucial if we are to maintain them in the longer term. Furthermore, by combining this with ecophysiological data, with the loss of key sites along their migration routes, we can start to see when those migration routes will become impossible for species, meaning that we can finally target attention to ensure that these migration routes and the reclamation of coastal land doesn't lead to the steady decline in these species. Having data like this and using it appropriately transforms our ability to conserve species, especially for targets like 30 by 30. However, we do not generally have standards, and that means that within the context of things like the monitoring framework, much of the data that is being collected, and especially within the headline targets, will not provide us with the temporal or spatial resolution of data that we need to target conservation efforts effectively. Furthermore, as I previously stated, while citizen science data is fantastic for assessing shifts and filling some of the gaps, it does not provide us with data in the most undisturbed places in the landscape, meaning that we still cannot target effectively without the inclusion and engagement of scientists and without further work to access those data sets which typically sit in people's hard drives or even in companies and therefore is not available for analyzing for further analysis and observation. Also, as I previously stated, the majority of this data, if it's on the land, is near roads. And if it's in the ocean, it's from countries' exclusive economic zones, meaning that we have vanishingly little data for most species as well as most of the landscape. And in fact, if you were to analyze this on a 1 kilometer basis, less than 1% of the world's land surface actually has biodiversity data. Our other mode of spatial prioritization, of course, is the IUCN data. And whilst it has been fantastically helpful in targeting some conservation attention, what it lacks is the spatial precision we need. Now, I'll talk more about this tomorrow because I only have 3 minutes left. But it's absolutely crucial that if we are going to develop effective targets, we need to have precise, high-resolution data that is representative across taxa and that is spatially and temporally accurate. Filling the gaps requires standardization and, of course, collaboration. And within Asia, we are currently trying to assess what data gaps and what data needs look like, as well as assessing the privately existing data, which does not currently feed into any assessment. And so within GeoBond, the Global Biodiversity Observation Facility, we are trying to help link between themes and regions to help leverage on this data. And part of that includes the proposal for GBIOS, the Global Biodiversity Observation System. Now, this is still in its infancy at the moment. It provides a vision rather than a reality, but it highlights the fact that with good national actors, with collaboration and with data standards, we can start to generate the baseline biodiversity data we need to assess trends and to target conservation effectively on a species and a regional level. For NI, informing national biodiversity strategic action plans, of course, requires good data. We need to understand what those trends look like. If we were to use the headline indicators, and I'll come on to them very briefly in a moment, currently the headline indicators on species do not provide the level of spatial or temporal accuracy we need to monitor what trends look like. And so these are the headline indicators. And as you can see, both the red list of species for South Korea or the red list of ecosystems do not provide the level of data we need to make sure that we are hitting those biodiversity targets. Standardizing data, especially for lesser known taxa and less accessible areas, is absolutely crucial if we're to develop better targets and assess if we're moving in the right direction to actually meet those targets into the future. And a lack of long-term data means we simply do not have the baselines for the majority of species, meaning that we do not know, in many cases, if we're moving in the right direction to maintaining biodiversity. Furthermore, we need to look at what the essential biodiversity variables mean on a spatial scale that allows us to target conservation actions. So in terms of moving forwards, obviously we need to collate better data. We need to develop databases that are representative spatially, taxonomically, and are temporally accurate enough to allow us to track what trends look like. And organizations like NAE can lead the vanguard in helping develop the standards that allow us to do that. Assessing and analyzing spatial priorities and helping us leverage new data, and also integrating One Health data. Again, I will come on to that more tomorrow because it's absolutely crucial within the landscape context, and developing mechanisms and approaches to mainstream biodiversity across policy and practice. So with that, I'm looking forward to discussion with all of you, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Alice. We should have given you 20 minutes instead of 10 minutes. There are many things to talk about regarding data collection and analysis and standardization, and also it's our problem too. We have many researchers, but collecting standardized data is not easy. So we are collaborating with the GBIF, but we have to join more networks like GeoBone or APBone. Okay, thank you very much for your insight. Now we have only 10 minutes left. There are many people from the floor, so I would like to open the floor to take questions and comments from the audience. If you have any questions, please raise your hand and tell us your name and affiliation.
Hi, I'm Andre Moda. I'll be talking tomorrow, but I'm from IGES in Japan. This is a bit of an open-ended and general question, and it's difficult to formulate, but let me give it a try. I've been wondering for a while, in conversation with some of your staff members, about this idea of NIE being an international institute. And I guess the question would be, thinking about organizations like SANBI in South Africa, and Conabio in Colombia and others, their focus is very much on the national level. And I don't know, for SANBI, this is the one I'm most familiar with. I don't think that they have ever made a concerted effort to be international. But there has been some international influence because they've managed to build sort of a real level of excellence, I think. So the question would be, does NIE want to be considered an international institute, and if so, what are the advantages of that? Or would it be better to focus more on being a national institute? I hope that makes some sense. There are different ways of formulating the question, but maybe just to get the conversation going.
Actually, we are not trying to be an international institution. We want to collaborate with the Ministry of Environment of Korea, and most of our work will be focused on Korean data, but now we have to talk with international organizations in terms of Convention on Biological Diversity, IPBES. We are talking about indicators. So if we are isolated, we cannot communicate with the international societies. So basically we are trying to collect data in Korea, but we have to build our capacities. We have to raise the young generations to be a good scientist by collaborating internationally. So that's what we are looking at from this point of 10 years anniversary. Does that answer your question? Any other questions? At the back, lady over there. Yeah. 저 뒤에 있는 분이.
The one at the back. The lady first.
It's translated simultaneously. You can ask either in English or in Korean.
네. 안녕하세요.
Nice to meet you. My name is Woo Sung-yeon, researcher for ecology of NIE. When it comes to cooperation, I think my question is about cooperation. When I work cooperating with other organizations, I think it's very important to cooperate with other organizations, but rather than competing, I think cooperation is more important. That's what you said, I think. But different organizations pursue different things. Then what would be the best way to cooperate with those organizations? Actually, biodiversity is important for any organization, but some organizations think they need to use those species, but we say we cannot import certain foreign species, or we have to remove them by enacting some laws. But the agricultural sector, for example, they say they need to raise such species. So here we have some different opinions and ideas. And when in this kind of case, how can we cooperate with them effectively? Do you have any experience of solving this kind of problem?
Okay, she. Actually, I could not hear her question very closely because I thought that it was translated.
So I think my understanding from the excellent translation that I was able to hear on this device suggested the question was in two parts, and one was what the priorities might be for collaborating with other organisations when they have value biodiversity in different ways, what maybe the priorities might be. And then the second bit was specifically about, I think, how you cooperate with people who have an interest, say, in importing organisms that policy and legislation at present suggest shouldn't be imported, when those organisations say that, well, we need to import those perhaps new crop varieties or new organisms because that's the way to generate, I guess, new variety and to sort of acquire genetic resilience. So I'm not sure if I completely interpreted what you said, or what the interpreter interpreted of what you said correctly, but that's my...
So I can at least partially answer that. So in terms of developing collaborations, obviously it's absolutely crucial to generate those cross-cutting collaborations where you have complementary skill sets, especially if we're thinking about things like migratory birds. Those are impossible to do as single nations, and science cannot sit in a silo. If we silo science, we do not generate the kinds of solutions we need to meet the multifaceted challenges we see today, and so we need to get much better at breaking down those boundaries. Now, I've been attending the Convention on Biodiversity since probably 2016. There are probably people who are sitting in this room who went to the earlier CBD meetings, but there are far too few scientists within that space. And if scientists are not representing their science and are relying on other people to translate it for them, we are never going to generate the kind of data we need to meet the challenges of today. And so we have to get much better at putting ourselves outside our comfort zone, be that talking to a politician or working with business practitioners, to ensure that we have the kind of data that is needed and that everyone is on the same page. Because as long as we rely on someone else to do the translation, elements may get lost and we may not generate the kinds of tools we need to actually successfully conserve biodiversity and to truly mainstream sustainability across all sectors. Now, in regards to your second question on importation of species, some of the work we do is on the wildlife trade. And what people may be surprised to see, and I'm sure we'll get more answers here from the Sustainable Use of Species Assessment, there is a vast legal trade of species which is completely underestimated. In fact, the United States alone since 2000 has imported legally around 30,000 species. And we know this because the US is one of very few countries that actually databases the import of wildlife and periodically makes that data available. Now, that was just since 2000. The majority of it is legal, and much of it is not for the things that people imagine, like consumption. Much of it's for fashion or for pets or for biocontrol. Obviously, once again, we need to work with scientists to make sure that trade is genuinely sustainable. And sustainability and legality get conflated so often when they are not the same thing. Because for sustainability, we need to have an assessment of the level of trade as well as the impact on source populations. Now, most countries do not database and share the data on wildlife import. And despite the fact that that has huge biosecurity risks, we need to get much better at doing that, because until we do, every time you go to a convention on the international trade of endangered species, there will be parties saying, well, you don't have the data to uplist that species. But the reason we don't have that data is it is not being collected in the way that we need to make those kinds of assessments. And so we do need to have better partnerships that are important for biosecurity as well as wildlife health. And at the moment, many things are falling through the gaps and require a lot more consideration and discussion.
Thank you, Alice, for your very detailed explanation. I'm sorry that we don't have enough time, and I'm sorry we already have a past, and we need comments from keynote speakers. So I would like to ask Anna Maria to say some general comments on the overall session.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, overall session is fantastic. Congratulations again. But I have a question. My first question here, thinking on NIE in 10 years, is for what? Research for what? Why do you do research and for what? And maybe you do research because you want to have knowledge on ecological knowledge, or biodiversity knowledge, or knowledge of the state of the art of the nature world, or because through that knowledge you are helping to find solutions for the problems that the Korean society have. So I think that when, and the answer is not for now, but when you understand for what is the research, why is the main reason of the research that is doing this, the NIE, then of course a lot of things, wonderful things happens. One very important thing is to identify the gaps, to realize what are going to be the visions for the future. You were telling us at the beginning that your researchers were going to prepare the successful stories, or what have the institution have done during these past years, and you said, no, we are going to look to the future. But I think that also is very important to identify the gaps and learn from the past to build the future. Also, I find that it is very important to enhance the capacity building that you have been doing, because again, I have to say that work with the society and for the society is the most important in a perspective of a research institution. It is clearly something very interesting that you are doing right now is that you are not tending to be an international institution, but you are learning from international institutionality, and you are intending to be, and I see that in 10 years you are going to be clearly champions at international level, as international research hubs, as national institutions. And from all the information, data collections, indicators, you are really building a very strong institutionality. So I think that the path is clear, and the work that you are doing for the future is fantastic. Thank you very much again, and congratulations.
Thank you. I would like to answer for just 1 minute. Thank you for your encouragement, and your comments are very important. That's, I think, we should be more stronger, and your comments, we have to think about your comments. What are our purpose of our research? How we can solve our social problems? That's we have to think about within the NIE society. So I think that's our homework. Thank you very much. Finally, Trevor.
Thanks. Not to have the last word this afternoon. I was struck a little bit in the whole conversation and during the day about, in a way, it's the question you were asking is, what is the NIE really trying to do? What is the question that you're trying to answer? Who's looking for that answer? And so I'm missing a kind of strategic approach throughout the discussion. It occurs to me when we talk about the big frameworks that the world really struggled to agree. In Canada last year, the Global Biodiversity Framework, we've had the IPBES report and the recommendations in that. But we have there's a menu there of questions that need answers. How are we going to get those answers? And I think it would be really important for NIE to go back and look at what do we need to know to change the behavior, to change the institutions, to change the ecology, to reach these targets by 2030 or 2050. What's your strategic direction that you're going in? Because those questions should lead to your priorities as to what the NIE should be doing. Most of what these frameworks are just theories of change. They're unproven theories of change. If we do this, then we'll get this target. And the answer is not clear. I think that NIE could focus on some of them. And going back to the point that that one of the panelists made earlier, it's not sufficient to. I've kind of lost the thread of that. But if we just go, it's the niche issue really. So it's like we can't do everything. We can't cover absolutely every topic under the sun. So I think you have to choose, pick which niche NIE best can respond to and work backwards. Analyze the variables that are the most important. Analyze the dynamics among those variables. Conduct experiments that test and the variations of governance and management that might impact those variables. And then ultimately provide recommendations to your key stakeholders based on the questions that they need answered. I think this is the direction that NIE really, really needs to think about. Yes, you can do beautiful science, and we're all scientists, and we love science. And what more wonderful thing it is to work here as one of 600 scientists just dreaming up questions. The world is screaming out questions that need answers, and I think that's where NIE needs to look.
I forgot something. Sorry. Listen to Trevor. And this is a recommendation coming from my learning process at the Humboldt Institute in Colombia. We know how to do questions because we are prepared, because we know we're scientists. But the decision makers needs to know what kind of questions we have to solve, needs to ask the right questions, and we have to work with them to find the right questions and the right answers, because it's not only why we do research, but for what we do research and with whom we do that research. And the source problems of society are not going to be resolved by the institution, but needs to be resolved by the decision makers. So they have to work with us.
Okay, that's very important. Without the help of the central government, it's not easy to even our interested research. So that's very important. And also, Trevor, you mentioned very important things. Since resources are always limited, time is limited, we have to compromise. So we have to focus on something, and we have to disregard others. But we have to think about not just the technique. We have to think about why we are going to do. What is the benefit of our research activities? That might be more important. So we have a lot of homeworks. Okay, that's I think that's very good because we are starting our second decade. So at the starting point, we should think about more in order to get the right direction. Okay, thank you very much for everything to everybody. It has been a fantastic panel discussion, and it was a big encouragement for us. And if we work together, we can move forward together. Thank you very much.
네, 원장님과 5분의 전문가분들 모두 수고하셨고
Thank you very much. Please give them a big round of applause. So the panelists will join a photo session, so please stay on the stage.
네, 잠시만 기다려주세요.
Please wait for a moment. There are other participants from other countries, so all of them are going to join, so please wait on the stage.
Other foreigner guests, please come to the stage. Take a photo together. 네, 또 오늘 국립생태원
So we have many people who are here to celebrate the 10th anniversary of NIE, so all of us will be in this group session and take a photo.
자, 3, 2, 1. 찍겠습니다. 3, 2, 1. 김치. 2, 1. 김치. 스마일. Thank you for your time. 모두 감사합니다. 자, 이렇게 해서
So this wraps up the roundtable discussion of the NIE 10th Anniversary International Symposium.
저녁 7시부터 스테이 호텔에서 예정된 만찬 행사.
We have a special dinner prepared at the Stay Hotel at 7.
네, 여러분 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much.